Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sanjay Poddar, and welcome to the Smart Manufacturing Summit. I'm super duper happy to welcome you all, and this is going to be one of the best day of your life. So I hope everybody charge up. I can see many people are chatting out here. That's the only way to communicate right now. I request each and everyone, please utilize the chat section and just say good morning to all. Do the networking, utilize this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 12th edition of Smart Manufacturing Summit 2021. This is going to be virtual, but we have, as a team in Train, we have made all the possibilities to make it as real as possible. Yeah, see, I can see there are many people are typing it. Thank you, Gautam Datta. Thank you, Prasanna Godse. Thank you so much. Please type, everyone. Good morning. Let's wish everyone, and let's start with a positive note. Thank you, Appa Sahib Mukadam. Thank you so much. Devidas, I can see many names are coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome everyone to this SMS Smart Manufacturing Summit 2021. I'm super duper excited to welcome you all. And let's hear it for the prime sponsor, ladies and gentlemen. The first one, the premium technology partner, Siemens. Let's hear it for them. Can everyone please type clap for them? Then we have the platinum partner, Info. Let's welcome them, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap for Info. Then we have the cloud partner, ladies and gentlemen, Cloud4C. Let's welcome them. And our proud gold partner sponsor is PTC. So let's clap for all the sponsors. And this event is brought to you by Intrain. Thank you so much for amazing response. I'm super duper excited, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sanjay Poddar, and I promise you, till 2:30 to 3 p.m., it's a bank of knowledge. Why Smart Manufacturing Summit? It's one of the best platform to showcase your products, educate cross-industry technology and users on how to overcome the key technical challenges. In the current this pandemic situation, this will be really useful. Then network strategically. Enabling targeted networking is a specialty. Our team has arranged all the possible things so that you can network with each other. So try to utilize this possibility and reach industry decision makers with the top IT product innovation, the manufacturing industry strategy. We have everyone out here to try to reach them and make it more interactive. To interact with me or everyone, please understand, I'll be giving you the demo, the platform demo as well in a couple of minutes, but the chat is the only section where you can communicate right now. And you see at the bottom, there is something called as ask question. If you have any questions for speaker, please utilize this opportunity. I'll be taking questions and I'll be happy to share with the speakers and we'll try to get the answers. All right, gentlemen, to begin the action, let's start with a welcome video and let's see what we have. Here we go. In next 10 seconds, we'll be having a welcome video for you. Yes, without your support, this could not have been possible. And in current situation, it's very, very important. So thank you so much for those who are just joined. And I'd like to welcome everyone once again to the Smart Manufacturing Summit 2021. And we are super excited to welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen. And trust me, utilize this opportunity. This is very important because networking, chat, there are many things. And even I want to understand how the platform is going to work. So, ladies and gentlemen, in next 10 seconds, you'll be seeing a platform demo from Kiran. Let's hear it.
Summit. Experience virtual like never before. The platform that you see is completely interactive. We did our best to come as close as possible to reality. So please feel free to navigate through all the tabs. So join me as I will take you on a virtual navigation tour of the platform. I will be addressing a few of the commonly asked questions today. First, how do I log in? You'll receive an email from the organizer with the URL as highlighted in this video. Click on the URL. You need to enter the email address which you entered during the registration and click on login. So this is a video as an opening you will see on your screen. It will directly take you to the main lobby of the platform. Can my colleague log in with the same ID? You cannot log in with the same ID in two different computers. It has to be in one system only at a time. How do I exchange business cards? You can click on Networking Launch. At the bottom you have Find Visitors. You can click on Exchange Business Card and you'll get the message that says Success. How can I network with fellow participants? All the registered clients, whoever's online, you'll find all of them under Find Visitors. When you come to Find Visitors, you'll have complete database which will be listed here on the day of the event. Either you can click on Exchange Business Card and network yourself, or you can click on Open Chat and you can chat with individual executives. Can I have a video chat with any of the solution providers? Yes, you can. From lobby, you can click on Way to Exhibit area. This link will take you to the main exhibition lobby. Choose or click on your desired booth. For instance, the first booth is Siemens. You can click on the booth. This will take you directly to the Siemens booth. Here, you'll have options for you to talk to the executives in the booth. Either you can click on chat and you will have names and the details of the people who are in the booth will be listed out here. You can either choose to chat. So when you click on chat, this tab will take you to your WhatsApp or to the executive's WhatsApp screen. And you can directly go ahead and chat with the executive. Or you can click on video chat. This will take you to the face-to-face interaction with executives. So for instance, it could be in this video, for instance, it will be Shivendra Bansotra. Also, since we are here at the booth of Siemens, we have options that says either you can contact Siemens directly, the name and the details will be listed out here under the contact. You can click on the brochure. You'll have all the brochures which is listed out here with the names. Either you can save it to the briefcase or click to preview for you to read through. So when you save it to the briefcase, for example, I'll click on Save to the Briefcase, the first brochure, and I will close this, right? Also, if you want to have a look at the visiting card, you'll find all the visiting cards listed. Website, it'll directly take you to the Siemens company website. You can send inquiry to the executives of Siemens directly with your concerns. You can chat, like I mentioned. You can click on video. So here all the videos which are playing in the booth on the LED will be listed in the videos as well individually. For instance, if you would like to have a one-to-one business meeting with Siemens or any of the booth executives, you'll have an option that says schedule a meeting. So you can click here if you would like to schedule a meeting. So you can select the date and you can mention the timing and click on submit. This information will be sent to the Siemens executives directly, and they will be connecting with you as per your desired time and the date. How do I ask questions while a speaker is presenting? You'll find a live session blinking, which means there is a session that is happening currently. Click on live sessions directly, and this tab will take you to the conference room. Either you can click on live session or you can go to lobby. Either one is fine, right? So from lobby, you can click on the session hall, right? So when you click on enter session hall, it will directly take you to the conference room where the live session will be playing. You can ask question by clicking on ask a question. You can type the name of the speaker and you can type your questions, and this will be sent to the speaker directly and they will be answering your question after the session. How do I get important notifications during the event? So while you're in the lobby or maybe at the exhibition area or the conference room, so you'll have a notification bell which is on top of your screen as highlighted right now. So as and when there's any kind of important notification that needs to be announced, either from the organizer or from the sponsors or maybe from the speakers, you'll have a drop down on your screen just like this, wherein you'll find the information about important notifications. Now, last but not least, you can click on dashboard. End of the day, you'll have all your data out here at the My Exchange card. For example, you have networked with the other fellow participants and you have exchanged your business cards. You can see all the details out here listed. You can select all and you can click on CSV and you can download the details. Also, whichever the meetings that you have requested with any of the stall executives, the information will be listed at the stall meeting request. And under My Briefcase, you will also find all the kind of actions or business cards that you exchange. You can also see it here as well. If you would like to have a look at all the banners in a closed manner, you can click on the banners, any of these. If you would like to have a look at the agenda, click on Help Desk. You can click on Show Agenda. You should be able to view the agenda. Great. Thank you so much. You have a pleasant day. Stay home, stay safe.
Wow, that's the beauty of technology. Who might have imagined this could happen? But that's the beautiful thing about technology, that we are having almost as a real event. And special thanks to technology, guys. Thank you so much. I'm super duper excited for this. And now let's begin the action. It's exactly 9:24. Ladies and gentlemen, for the opening keynote, I'd like to welcome the event director and head of planning, Smart Manufacturing India, End-to-End Business Services, Alicia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Alicia. She'll be live in next 10 seconds.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly an honor to welcome each one of you to the 12th edition of the Smart Manufacturing Summit. The pandemic has many blessings in disguise, and one of the many being moving us out of our comfort zones to truly go digital. My name is Alicia, and I am the event director and head of planning. I head the Smart Manufacturing series in India with Entrain. With 11 editions successfully hosted in the past, we as mediators have connected hundreds of manufacturing companies to technology giants in India who have a common vision in the manufacturing sector. I would like to thank all our sponsors, speakers, panelists, delegates, as well as my team for spending hours and hours of time putting together such a fantastic event. It's truly a combined effort from everyone that makes this possible. I would like to thank our delegates for showing such respect and having great dedication towards the industry. Last but not least, I would like to say a big thank you to all of our esteemed sponsors for putting their trust in us for their business needs. Our premium technology partner Siemens, platinum partner Infor, cloud partner Cloud4C, last but not least our gold partner PTC. We hope to have an action-packed day with a lot of knowledge sharing as we have some of the finest speakers that are experts in their own subject. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Stay home, stay safe. Over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alicia. That was absolutely wonderful. And once again, I'd like to welcome everyone for the Smart Manufacturing Summit 2021. It's 9:25, and we're going to start with the first speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, before that, I request everyone, it's an appeal that please utilize this platform. You have two options to chat with us. One is use the chat section, and the other is use the ask a question once you hear a speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, not wasting your time, I'm going to start the first session. To call over the first session, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special keynote from Satyanandan C., Chairman, the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, RETE, Bangalore. So let's welcome.
Making IETE an association partner and giving me this opportunity to speak about my institution. IETE is a not-for-profit organization established as a society in 1953. The mission of IETE is to promote the advancement of electronics, telecommunications, information technology, and other allied disciplines. With this goal in view, the institution organizes regular conferences, conventions, symposia, seminars, and workshops on various topics. IETE has been recognized as an educational institution of national eminence by the Government of India since 1959. It has also been recognized as a scientific and industrial research organization, or CIRO, by the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. IETE, with its headquarters at Delhi, is spread across the country with its 63 centers and a total membership of over 1 lakh in various categories. Members of the institution command a high level of recognition among professionals and the academia. They are in the categories of associate member, member, and fellow. A few among them are elected as distinguished fellows. IETE also confers honorary fellowship on distinguished persons for outstanding contributions to the society. In addition, IETE has 173 organizational members. Organizational membership of IETE is open to educational institutions, R&D organizations, and companies engaged in broad areas of electronics, telecommunications, computer science, and information technology. There are about 20 such organizational members attached to IETE Bangalore, which include Aeronautical Development Agency, Air Force Technical College, CDAC, National Aerospace Lab, companies, universities, and engineering colleges. I would like to mention the benefits of becoming an organizational member of IETE. One member is elected from among the organizational members to the IETE Governing Council for a period of 3 years. All organizational members get invitations to all IETE technical seminars, symposia, etc., with complimentary passes for their delegates. An organizational member gets concessional rate for booking IETE auditoria at the headquarters and centers, and free copies of IETE journals and all other publications. I invite the companies represented here to become organizational members of IETE. Individuals with engineering degrees are eligible to become corporate members of IETE at various levels. depending on their experience and expertise. IET publishes 3 journals which maintain a high standard and recognition. These are IET Journal of Research, IET Technical Review, and IET Journal of Education. These are in addition to newsletters and magazines at headquarters and centers. IET recognizes the outstanding contributions made by scientists and engineers through its coveted annual and biennial awards in various fields within its domain. This year's awards have already been announced. There are some 24 main awards and 4 corporate awards, each of which consists of a cash award, citation, and medal. Nominations for them can be made by any member or non-member and may be sent till the last date, that is 31st May 21. Details are available on our website. You can also contact us for assistance in filling the nominations forms, etc. IET Bangalore has been recognized as a center of excellence. We have established at the center an IoT lab, which we are in the process of enlarging by tie-up with companies specializing in the field with a view to conduct regular training courses. We also intend to establish facilities for training in other emerging technologies such as augmented reality, embedded systems, and artificial intelligence. I invite industry leaders' participation in all our activities and help in augmenting our infrastructure. Sahaviryam Karavavahe is the motto that is embedded in our logo. Let us together have the strength to do great things. Already the Bangalore Center is conducting short-term courses, weekend courses, collaborative projects, internship programs, and our much appreciated summer school in electronics and computers for school children. And we plan to spread computer awareness among the disadvantaged sections in rural areas also, as soon as the COVID threat is over. We at IET are at the service of the student community, working professionals, industry, and the larger society, always. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What a powerful opening it is. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Smart Manufacturing Summit. I'm super duper excited, and what a wonderful opening it was, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's 9:34 now. Those who can hear me loud and clear, can you please type in the comment section, yes, let me feel that you are with me. It's a wonderful morning out here. It's a Thursday morning, and I can understand you're here. This means shows that you have the appetite to learning. So I request everyone, please type in the comment section that yes. Please type yes in the comment section. Let me feel that. Thank you, Anand Reddy ji. Thank you, superb. Thank you, Apasai Mukadam. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so let's move ahead now. Next speaker who is coming in front of us is a VP, Global Information Technology, Sigma Electric Manufacturing Corporation, Mr. Rajiv Khade, adopting cloud computing as a part of overall IT infrastructure. He'll be coming in front of us. I request everyone, please be ready. This is going to be one of the most powerful session. Enjoy this. If you have a pen, notepad, keep it ready because this is going to be action-packed. So, ladies and gentlemen, next 5 seconds, let's welcome Mr. Rajiv Khade.
Name is Rajiv Khade. I'm working for Sigma Electric Manufacturing Corporation as Vice President Global Information Technology, looking after the IT responsibility globally for this company. We are into manufacture of electrical components used in electrical process industries. Today, the topic of discussion is adopting cloud computing as a part of overall IT infrastructure. Since last 1.5 years, due to pandemic, these certain topics have become very important in the IT infrastructure world, as more and more companies are adopting to cloud infrastructure as a part of their IT infrastructure migration strategy. So today we are going to discuss as to what are the intricacies involved and what are the benefits of cloud computing and why more and more companies are opting for cloud infrastructure. So to begin with, I would like to share my presentation. So let us discuss about what are the various things involved in adapting a proper and perfect cloud computing strategy as a part of the infrastructure. So to begin with, I would like to stress upon the points as to what are the options involved for a cloud computing strategy, what are the various things that one needs to take care, and when it is a readiness, and what planning should go into the cloud migration. What are the typical challenges involved in a cloud journey? And lastly, also I would like to cover what are the benefits of cloud adoption and what it triggers. Normally triggers is it propels the innovation and digitalization options for any organization. To begin with, let us find out what are the options and planning for cloud adoption. Adopting cloud computing. The various benefits realized after going to cloud, this has been very well witnessed by industries in the field. And people say that after going to cloud, the usability benefits have tremendously increased, and almost 68% of people find that there are a lot of benefits going to cloud. There is also a term called flexibility, and after going to cloud with critical applications, industries find that they have a tremendous amount of flexibility in using the various applications which are hosted on the cloud. Also, there are certain economic benefits. And after going to cloud with the availability of state-of-the-art cloud infrastructure, people feel that they are staying on the current and the latest technology which are available on cloud. And also the most important benefit is that overall the entire enterprise productivity increases a lot. So these are the benefits of adopting cloud computing strategy at a 30 or 40,000 feet view, I can say that. Why we should adapt to cloud, and the most important factor is that when the infrastructure is on premises, there are various limitations, there are various challenges that an organization has to face. And after that, the most important challenge that organizations face is the hardware refresh. And as we all know, being in the IT field, the hardware refresh is the most important item in any IT infrastructure, maintaining the IT infrastructure. So hardware refresh after every 3 or 4 years is a must in the IT environment. But often we feel that during tough times, it is very difficult to get the approvals from senior management for hardware refresh. And there is also other challenge of the security threats. So how do we maintain our environment, IT environment, and it is the most secured environment as far as IT infrastructure concerns. So this is also one of the, I think, challenge that organizations face. And agility is also required in the entire journey, I can say. Another factors that needs to be taken into consideration are we need to slash the total cost of ownership by simplifying the system. So that is often a challenge that organizations face. Outperform with always the current applications. What are the current applications that we face? Normally, organization, as per the business requirement, go on adding the various applications that needs to the business requirement. So how do we perform with the current application? That is also a question mark before organizations. Also, the transformation of work from a tedious to stimulating environment. That is also sometimes a challenge. Adopting cloud computing. So before selecting a particular cloud computing strategy, the customer is always in a dilemma as to what cloud options he has to select. How do I get the benefit of the cloud environment? Perhaps another point is how do I leverage on the new modern applications in the cloud? There are various amount of applications available, the infrastructure. How do I get benefited from this? And the next is how I can utilize both cloud applications and my existing ERP to achieve the business requirement. ERP, as you know, is one of the most critical applications that organizations runs. So apart from the ERP, there are other applications which are built around this ERP applications. So the dilemma is to how do I get the most the required benefit from the ERP application and at the same time the most benefit from other applications. Is there a possibility that I can integrate certain applications with the ERP application? Because that is what the business requirements is. And another thing is how can I replace my core ERP functionality with the cloud applications? So these are, I'm not going to more details of that, but these are the various points which lead to the dilemma of the customer in selecting a particular cloud computing environment. Let us see the cloud migration strategies and path work for enterprise critical applications. So while selecting a particular cloud application strategy, the most important point that needs to be considered is the current applications which are on premises or a semi-hosted environment. How do I lift and shift that applications to the cloud environment? Lift and shift is the technology by which there are not many changes in the environment, but only we transfer or lift that particular application and shift to the cloud environment. So this concept is nowadays getting more importance because this involves minimum amount of downtime and the application is shifted as it is to the cloud environment. You can also say that it is a re-hosting of the application from one environment, one premise to another premise. Another is about the re-platform. So you change the platform, lift from one platform to another. Currently, your on-premise platform might be different, whereas while you're shifting to the cloud, the platform might change. And there will be no major refactoring of the application involved. There are no drastic changes which normally we foresee. So those are not involved in this kind of criteria that we select. Another is about re-architecting the entire environment. A challenge with application functionality, yes. While you select the re-architecting environment criteria, then there are challenges with the application functionality and how do I maintain that. Verify applications to meet the business requirement with low total cost of ownership. So that is one important point that always the business looks after. So while you're changing the environment, you are going for a new environment, new cloud computing strategy, then there should be minimum kind of TCO involved in that. And also about the performance. After I shift to the cloud environment, whether my performance of the IT environment is going to enhance, whether it is going to scale very much high, and what are the additional features that I'm going to get, the new digital features or the new innovation features that I'm going to get. So these are the certain points that needs to be considered while you are thinking of a re-architecting kind of cloud computing strategy. And another is about new development. So entirely a new development is taken into consideration, wherein you can't go applications in the current environment. So there are certain limitations. You cannot add new applications, but there is a requirement always from the business. So the IT head is in a dilemma as to how do I add new applications to the current environment. Applications using native cloud functionalities. So these are the points that are involved in the various cloud computing strategies that we might select. So before making a decision, a thorough thought or a homework needs to be done as to what cloud computing strategy that one needs to adopt to. Why move critical applications to the cloud? See, nowadays the cloud environment is becoming a normal function nowadays. Earlier, the cloud function, when the cloud started coming into the IT environment, people were slightly scared. If I move my entire cloud and applications to the cloud environment, then whether it will be secured, whether it will be realistic, whether it will be kept safe, my data will be safe. But nowadays people, and at that time the question was why to move to cloud. But nowadays with the changes in the entire environment and the cloud computing strategies, the benefits and everything. Now the question which was earlier as why to move to cloud, now the question gets reaffirmed, why not to go to cloud? please understand, earlier the question was why I should move my environment to the cloud. But nowadays the situation is why I should not move to the cloud, because cloud is offering various benefits. So these are some of the extended benefits of your critical application, that is ERP versus on-premise and other clouds. So as I said earlier, there is a lower TCO on the premises and competing clouds, superior performance backed by SLAs. So where are the cloud providers, service providers? They offer a great amount of SLAs and they are committed to that. So that is way by which the IT heads can get a peace of mind as to the entire IT environment is highly available, highly secured and highly realistic. So that is one of the greatest advantage of the cloud computing strategies of the environment that is. There is also a benefit that automate migration and provision on a click. Yes, that is the most benefit I can say of moving to cloud. It is not much a complicated environment of how should I move to cloud. There are a lot of things involved in that. But nowadays the provisioning and everything has been automated so much that moving to cloud is not at all a headache or a big project, I can say. Recently in my organization, I have gone through this particular exercise, and earlier I was very much skeptical as to how do I complete the project and execute the project in a flawless manner. So on this slide, we were trying to understand why we should move the critical applications to cloud, what are the extended benefits of moving the ERP, the critical application and other workloads to cloud. So these are the various listed benefits of moving to cloud. As I said, it has the lower total cost of ownership. It is backed by super SLAs from the service providers. It's possible to automate the migration process entirely, and also the unique capabilities are to enhance the availability, security, and control. So these are the benefits at a very major 30,000 feet kind of viewing. So this helps to any IT manager to decide on the cloud migration strategies. So let us try to understand what are the steps involved in the cloud migration strategy. There are a series of steps to ensure successful migration of applications to cloud. This is very, very important according to me, because you are on a live production environment and you cannot afford any downtime with respect to your production environment. So this needs to be very carefully understood and careful. I can say that homework needs to be done by the IT team. And first and foremost is assessing. Assess your applications and workloads. What workloads you want to move it to cloud and why you want to move those applications to the cloud. So this is the biggest selection or the sizing, I can say, of the workloads. And second is, according to me, build the business case as to why you want to move the workloads to the cloud. Prepare a proper documentation, prepare a kind of business case paper, do the entire homework, try to assess the environment, ask questions to yourself, and then take it to your management saying that these are the reasons why we want to move to cloud, these are the applications that we want to move, and what are the additional benefits that we are going to move. So these steps are very important. And the next step involved is develop the technical approach. And after you are assessing the environment, build up a business case, and then you have to develop a technical approach as to how you want to move to cloud. In the earlier slides, we have seen that lift and shift is one mode that is available. So depending on the criticalness of your environment, what are the applications in your environment, you have to select a proper technical approach for shifting to cloud. And then the next step involved is adopt a flexible integration model. This is also important according to me, because the integration part is important. The flexible integration part is important, because there might be certain applications which you want to move to cloud, but there are certain applications which you want to keep it on the on-premise environment. In that case, a proper integration should be there in place before moving to cloud. So ensure that the flexible integration model is available in the model that you select. Other things are the address security and privacy, data residency requirements. Please take care of that before selecting an approach to move to cloud. And execution part, I can say that managing the entire migration process is very important. Just now we had a glimpse of as to assess your applications and workloads, which applications you want to move, which workloads you want to move to the cloud, which application to be selected in the migration process. It's very important, I can say. The IT manager along with the business owners have to decide as to which all applications they want to shift to the cloud. So certain suggestions herein before selecting a particular application to move to cloud. The suggestion is application that run infrequently but require significant competent resources. There can be certain applications in your environment, say for example, which are used only at the month end. So at the month end, those applications need various high amount of computing resources. So such workloads, applications need to be shifted to cloud. But although they might be using very infrequently, only at the month end. But lack of infrastructure or resources, these are qualifying for the shifting to the clouds. Business to B2C kind of application you use for consumer, broad base of consumers, do not know how many users will be connected. There can be increasing number of users from outside your work environment. Such applications need to be always on the high availability and with sturdy kind of IT infrastructure. Application that run in a time zone different from that where your country is. Suppose for your example, you have multi-location environment. Your certain workloads are in India, certain workloads are in, say for example, USA, the different time zones exactly reverse. So such applications need to be always on time and always on high availability mode. So these applications also qualify for a moving to cloud environment. So there are other suggestions also, just like developing, testing, and prototyping of applications, service-oriented architecture. And I also laid importance to integration of various applications, certain applications on-premise, certain applications on the cloud. So integration is also required. So these are sort of the listed suggestions for selecting a particular application or various applications before migrating to cloud. Just now, as I said, you need to build a very sturdy and strong business case. And while you are building a business case, what is important is, and the important factor is saving analysis. You need to justify on paper as to how much amount of capex will be required or operating model will be required for shifting to cloud. So suppose, for example, initially the investment in this entire migration process is X dollars. Then within how many years that particular X dollars will be and the ROI model. So how many years, couple of years that ROI will be achieved. What will be the business impact on overall migration to cloud, shifting of the cloud? Will there be any kind of service levels involved, application availability, application performance? Are there any regulatory compliance involved in this? This is also an important factor because normally IT team from their IT and technical expertise give more importance only on shifting the environment, shifting the application to the cloud. But there are certain points wherein they can tend to ignore it, or they will miss it, and that is the regulatory compliance. So when you're hosting a cloud application to the cloud, then in certain cases when it is being used by other countries, then there might be certain regulatory compliances involved. So one need to take care on that. Also, in the business case, you need to give importance to what are the ongoing cloud costs, or what will the cost for the second year, third year, fourth years. What are the service and security and license management perspective? So that also needs to be taken into consideration. And also, once you are shifted to the cloud, then what are the type of in-house resources that will be required? Will there be any kind of training and talent management required? So these are the points of suggestions for you people to build a business case before shifting to the cloud. And the business case should be in such a manner that we as IT folks should be able to convince the management on various aspects, as I mentioned. For that matter, I can say that the senior management, CEO or CFO, will ask you only specific questions. Will the entire environment work in the same manner or enhanced manner after shifting to cloud? What is the return on investment that I'm going to get? Why I should move the entire workload to cloud? So if your answers are ready for such kind of questions with justification, then I can say that that is a proper business case that will pass through your approval cycle. As I said earlier, develop a technical approach. That is also important. When the business case is there in place, the business case has been approved, then you as a technical people have to decide as to how the technical approach should be. So in the initial slides, I mentioned about infrastructure as a service, and then there are now various options, platform as a service, container as a service, and other things. I'll not go into much details of this. Other things that needs to be taken into consideration are the common technical considerations, just like skills and implementation partners. Yes, selecting of a right implementation partner is equally and very much important, because those are the people who are going to take care of your technical approach. Those are the people who are going to add value to your entire migration process. So please select the implementation partners in a right manner. Check their background, check how many migrations they have done, what are the skill sets that they are having. So after you are convinced about a particular implementation partner, then only go ahead. Other things that are involved are security and integration, monitoring and management. Is there any scalability available after you go to cloud? What is the availability of the cloud and applications? What are the backup and disaster recovery options available with the cloud service provider? So these are the points that we should take into consideration in a technical approach. Address compliance, security, privacy, and other residency requirement. We already discussed about this. The customer's own internal IT or legal requirement that needs to be taken into consideration. What are the intrusion prevention systems or the two-factor authentication are in place with the cloud service provider? If not, you have to stress your requirement saying that we need this particular kind of security features. What are the controls and processes in place? Also, you need to consider the data residency set of issues and practices related location of data, where the data should reside, how the data movement should happen, how the protection of data against unintended access. So you need to convince yourself before deciding the technical approach of the entire migration process. Then once you are shifted to the cloud, then the important factor is how do you manage the migration. Deploy the cloud environment, implement monitoring and management service components. So what is the mechanism by which the entire migration will be monitored, or the entire workload has been shifted to the cloud? Then how is your IT team going to monitor the entire environment? Install and configure various applications and supporting middleware. This is a part of the migration process, I can say. Part of the production environment, this is equally important as to once you have shifted the workload to the cloud, ensure that the entire production environment, along with your service providers and the technical partners, is hardened and is very sturdy and robust, I can say. And before declaring the live environment, you should always execute a mock migration process. And once you're convinced about that, that only shift the entire workload to the cloud. Also, unlike any ERP process, ERP execution process, you decide on the cutover to production cloud. So ensure that the entire workload, database, application database, and everything has been shifted to the cloud. The last entries have been taken, and those entries that are present on the cloud environment are ready for the business, and so that the business will continue from where they had disconnected earlier. So the cutover to production is also equally important, I can say that. Typical challenges in the cloud journey. Managing hardware present challenges, we already touched upon that. Challenges with keeping applications updated, maintaining the OS, database, patches, and everything. So all these challenges, I can say that will be taken care once you are shifted to the cloud environment, because this is the responsibility of your service provider, and normally these are taken care by the service providers. Here are these top 10, according to me, the migration challenges which I have at least faced while shifting the workload to the cloud. And the first and foremost, I can say that blind faith is like just playing with fire. Do not underestimate any particular step in your migration process. It will be like you are playing with the fire, and once you are done with that process, then you will realize that, okay, this thing should have been taken care. So do not underestimate or have a blind faith on any of these steps. Setting clear and flexible business goals and priorities. So that is also important. So before you approach business, before you decide on the technical migration process, ensure that the business expectations and business goals are set clear. What is they want and when they do want. Accordingly, do the reverse engineering and plan your entire migration process. Identify what should be migrated and what should not be migrated. So that is also important. That will help to size the cloud environment. And sizing a cloud environment is very important as to deciding on the spending. Meeting compliance and regulatory requirements, we discussed about that. Understanding implementation partners and the team's capabilities. Select only those team members which are capable and having technical expertise of shifting to cloud. Once you are shifted to the cloud or in the process of shifting to the cloud, your meter starts. So keeping a watch, keeping a handle on your cost is also an important factor during the migration process. Setting a well-controlled cadence for transition. Right sizing of your application, we already discussed about that. Monitoring and managing your new hybrid work environment is also important. Measuring and quantifying the results. So once you're done with all the entire process, the workload has been shifted. The important part now is with the IT department is to monitor and manage your new environment. That is equally important. Whether all the applications are performing properly, is there any kind of surge in computing power? Is the various parameters like CPU usage, disk utilization, everything intact and are below the threshold levels? You're not overshooting any kind of threshold levels. So that is also equally important according to me. And the last and the very important factor is for which business is going to question you. You have taken approval, you have shifted the workload to the cloud environment. Now tell me what are the measurable results, what are the quantifiable results. So at that time, you as an IT in charge needs to measure those results, and you should be able to quantify the results. You should be able to present that paper to the business saying that before migrating to cloud, this was the situation, and after migrating to cloud, this is the new situation. These are the tangible and non-tangible benefits that we have got after shifting to cloud. So this is very important. Then only we'll be able to gain confidence of the business, and that will help you in migrating various other workloads to cloud. The most important benefit, according to me, apart from other tangible benefits, the important benefits that now the entire thing has been shifted to cloud. Your IT team is slightly relaxed now. The IT team can focus on different areas, and the most important area is, according to me, the innovation and digitalization. That is the need of the hour at the moment, because we all have witnessed a very unprecedented movement which nobody expected, the pandemic. So during the pandemic, everything had come to a standstill, and more companies were giving importance to digitalization, innovation, automation, because that was the only way by which the business process can be fast track and the lost time can be achieved back. So people, various industries have adopted digitalization as the way forward. So according to me, and which I have witnessed, after migration to cloud, people can focus on these concepts, these ideas, and go to the business and suggest them various means and measures by which their process can be enhanced. So I can say that after migration to cloud, it will propel the way and open new areas for innovation and digitalization. Business benefits moving to cloud infrastructure. These are the various pillars that I can say and categorize into business drivers and the paths to the cloud. So this speaks for itself, and already we have discussed. And the important factor in this is, after moving to cloud, we as IT folks, technology people, should be able to specify how is that we have reduced the risk, how is that we have enhanced the entire performance of applications, and what are the benefits of that we have achieved by going to cloud. And another thing important is that it is not the end of the story that the entire workload has been shifted to cloud and now everything is fine and relaxed. No. The most important factor is that we should be able to give improved service to the internal customers and outsourced customers also. And another thing is that after moving to cloud, a proper business continuity plan, backup procedure, the disaster recovery procedure should be there in place. So in case of any unforeseeable incident, then you should be able to revert back to the previous working situation within the specified time. So according to me, these steps are very important that one should take into consideration. Cloud people's propels innovation, collaboration efficiency, design sophisticated journey. We can rapidly prototype any new product or development services. Innovation will help to reach to new customers. That will also help to gain entry of new industries, new markets, new product development, and deliver applications at the pace of innovations. This is equally important because earlier your team was busy in something else. Now your team can concentrate and focus on in-house developments, in-house development of various applications, and that will happen in the least possible time. This is the cloud migration methodology described in a pictorial manner, graphical manner. The important steps are enable, evaluate, design, develop standards, and deploy. And the lower part tells about the various tools and templates that can be used during the migration process, be it a kind of lift and shift process or any other process. These tools can help you to accelerate the entire migration process. Key milestones during the implementation. As we discussed, plan your migration process, assess the workloads, design the entire process, build, integrate, secure, and test. Week 1, week 2, week 3 are the various milestones that have been described here. So you have to plan in such a way that you complete those dependables within the specified weeks that are mentioned here. And the last is about validate, cutover, and support NDR. These are major milestones that have been listed here. Depending on your cloud environment, you can pick this particular weekly milestones. The entire tools or processes that you adopt did not finish within 1 week itself. So depending on your work environment, how large is your environment, how many applications are there in the environment, depending on that, you can prepare a proper project plan and accordingly develop your milestones, define your milestones. So that is the end of the presentation. And herein I try to mention about what applications to be shifted to cloud, what strategy to be followed, what approach should be taken, how we should be able to justify about the various methodologies that we need to adopt, how the business case to be prepared, how to get the approvals, and also what is the exact migration methodology that the IT team should follow. So if there are any questions, I would like to take, and I would like to thank the opportunity given to me for the presentation over here. And all are aware about the current COVID situation. So request everyone to take care of yourselves, take care of your family members, and ensure good health for everyone. And together we can make it, and together we can, as IT folks, can help to give an extended support and minimum downtime and continuity of services to our business. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was absolutely amazing and powerful session, ladies and gentlemen. Who might have thought that cloud could be a reality a couple of years back? But that's the beauty of technology. And as we are going ahead, it's being advanced day by day. So this is absolutely amazing. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Khade, for putting the insights. I'm super duper excited, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, so let me talk to audience. How are you guys? I hope you are enjoying. Till then, I call the next speaker. Can I request everyone to please type which city are you from? Let me see that where is my audience from. Maxim, please type your city. And beautiful question from Amitava, not a question. He's saying digitalization is the key word to sustainability and resilience building. Then Jaya Karthikeyan saying manufacturing sector, how big a challenge network availability? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking all the questions. Let's go on. Till then, I can see Anand Reddy from Bangalore, Sriram PS from Chennai, Devendra Kumar from Gurgaon, Shibin from Mumbai. Thank you. Keep typing, ladies and gentlemen. Make this chat section interactive. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to call upon the most powerful session right now, which is coming in front of you. I request, please utilize the Ask Question tab, which is at the center. Click on it and please keep typing your questions for the next speaker. We'll be happy to take it. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is from Siemens Digital Industries Software. The topic is importance to bring digitalization to the machine. Please welcome Portfolio Development Lead, Mr. Guru Prasad. So within next 10 seconds, he'll be with us. Let's welcome Guru Prasad.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Guru Prasad. I'm representing Siemens Digital Industries Software Division here. I wanted to start off by thanking Entrain for this opportunity to speak and discuss with you today, and also all of you who have joined this virtual summit here today. In the course of this discussion, I wanted to spend about 30 minutes sharing some key trends we see in the space, how industry leaders are bringing cyber-physical interventions to deal with these trends, and also look at the new some of the proof points of actual customer outcomes by doing the cyber-physical interventions. Then we will take some time after the presentation to take your questions and deliberate on them. So let's get started. When we look at the industrial machinery landscape, we continue to see that there are several transformational trends that mark a significant turning point in the machinery evolution, that are currently reshaping the way the engineering, manufacturing, and service operations are dealt, and most importantly, for machine manufacturers. There is a marked shift towards personalized products, and customized services. And machinery companies are challenged today to design and build machines that support expanding product mixes and more rapid and frequent changeovers. For example, a simple potato chip package that appears on your shelf has a potential for multiple variants, which help to lead the explosion of complexity. These include size, shape, packages per box, recyclability considerations, which is very important from a sustainability point of view, and regional flexibility, which includes the flavors and the size and the weight of that package product. Industrial component suppliers are quickly embracing IoT-enabled technologies in these products, and machinery manufacturers are on a steep learning curve to take advantage of data that can be generated from today's machinery. What does it mean? This is actually rapidly changing the landscape for electrical and controls automation engineers, from huge increases in I/O channels, new communication protocols, and to build intelligent programming that provides more interactive and control for all those devices. While we are dealing with this, at the same time, there are insights to be gained from so much information that can be handled by the automation of production processes. The third important aspect that we see as a trend is the trend of hyper-automation, which requires a vast amount of data and analytics to accelerate learning about machine behavior, performance to machine functions. Hyper-automation is also enabled by low-code tools that can mine data analytics for many business processes, such as manufacturing operations, optimization, as well as engineering, reliability, and cost reduction. The fourth thing is the global competition, which always existed, but now the competition comes from a more flexible, agile startup companies that we see around us that start from the basis of machine learning and they're actually not constrained by existing business processes and legacy customer engagements. While we are dealing with all of these trends, an underlying aspect that we also see from a manufacturer's point of view is also to deal with the assets that we currently have. It is a combination of the vintage manufacturing equipments that you have with the history of your own company, but also when you keep adding your production lines, the new machines. So it is a combination of how do we deal with these trends with a combination of both existing equipments, inherited equipments, vintage equipments with the existing manufacturing setup that you are expanding. So now let's see, how do we deal with this? Let's discuss for a few minutes of how some of the ways machine manufacturing companies are working today to increase their competitive advantage. One way is by increasing machine flexibility, by adding capabilities to existing machines, including adding automation and software-driven mechanisms. Even historical, mechanical, and pneumatic systems are becoming more replaced with electrically controlled functionalities. Another way is through increased connectivity. Industrial IoT is combining smart sensors, analytics, whether it could be on-premise or cloud, to help build machine intelligence, enabling machines that adapt to their environment. This also means that I have to take care of my machine assets, which are old and new, which we just spoke about. And finally, companies are building strong, intense partnership with their customers. Their partnership not only solidify traditional business models, they're also providing new business models, including lease-based machine selling or production as a service, and also explore multiple other opportunities towards innovative software-enabled service monitoring and machine optimization. But in reality, the challenges of the machine industry, whether it is an OEM or the supplier or the downstream customer, can be while we can summarize under one commonality, which is complexity, but also we believe you need to move faster to bring innovative machines to market faster than your competition. You would want to lower development cost and to decrease production and operating cost, and also need to create new business model to out-innovate your competition, building differentiation through insights that are not easily duplicatable. Well, we believe the needs to embrace the complexity within our industry with the dimension of harnessing the complexity into competitive advantage is an imperative aspect as the industry is going through. With each step of your design, manufacturing, and services processes, complexity can increase. I'm sure you will agree. With these dimensions, the complexity can increase exponentially. Each new machine that is created builds on the legacy of the past. Your intellectual property, the time that you have spent building these intellectual property, a variant of what can come before. The design and engineering process should leverage lessons learned and past variants to create more value in each custom design. That is one. The second, machine manufacturing is dynamic. Each new machine can be executed through a number of methods, machines, and processes. What is needed, therefore, is ability to be flexible to adopt to sometimes late changes to customer demands, purchase component deliveries, and even labor and machine changes. The other dimension is about service complexity, which also arises dramatically, as well as field operations try to support each unique customer demand for high performance and zero downtime. We believe that the true leaders in the machinery domain need to embrace three important concepts, in addition to other things that we spoke about, in order to turn around the complexity into a competitive advantage. Excuse me. First is the most comprehensive digital twin. With the insights and data from a comprehensive, putting together a digital twin context, companies can very accurately simulate the performance of their machines, allowing them to build more flexible and connected machines to handle a wider range of products, enabling quick responses as customer preferences change and continues to change as we speak. The second, modern, adaptable, and personalized solutions that we spoke about as a trend. You should have the ability to provide your own organization, people in your organization, access across your organization with tools that are easy to use and able to pull information from many places and present that information to them in a way that is consumable for the task that they are trying to complete. Making data available is just not the only step, but it is also should be helpful in a way that it can be presented, which is not confusing or in a complex way, and therefore contextualized for his specific activity, what we call as a personalized data for the person who is delivering that particular task in the work that you do. The third, a flexible open ecosystem. Information technology plays a critical role in the pursuit of complexity as a competitive advantage. And you might have seen, and we also acknowledge, there is no one tool or a vendor can do it all. If the tools you can choose don't work well together, if they don't coexist together, your pursuit towards digitalization or your pursuit towards driving those outcomes will always be short of the goals that you have set for yourself. Now let's look at the first trend that we spoke about. As a machine manufacturer, how more and more customers, consumer and industrials products are more heavily customized to meet unique requirements of the end user. Consider the ease with which the customers can place order for shoes or a clothing that meet their own specification and have one of a kind delivered within few days. That's a new level of personalized experience the end consumers or end consumer is continuously getting to aspire. What does it mean for a machine manufacturer? This translates to creating machines which far more flexibility to quickly adopt to expanding options and capabilities. In short, the machine design has become far more complex, requiring adaptability to go from making one product for a short cycle to switching to the next order as the demands and the SKUs increases. Second, so companies must employ machines to automate production of their own products, doing tasks that are difficult and repetitive. As the product portfolio of your company grows, with even more unique product SKUs that you are demanded to build your machines, demand for greater flexibility and capabilities for their machines from their machines, so they can rapidly change from one product variant to the next. So let's now go a little deeper. What are those, if this is the trend, if this is an implication, what are the capabilities which are required to deal with the trend and the implications that we just spoke? So the first thing, you and your organization needs to have a capability in building the most comprehensive digital twin, including just not look at one dimension of it, but including it has to cover the dimensions which is required, including mechanical, electrical, and software into one single collaborative tool and environment, so that the data flow or the data which is getting created is in one unified platform. Second, machine behavior and functionality, which is increasingly getting driven by the software. What does it mean? You should have capabilities to have the ability to simulate the complete machine operation in all scenarios by closing the loop between whether it could be a PLC mode, whether it is a HMI integration, and the physical machine reactions. Third, multidisciplinary. This means you would have multidisciplinary bill of material. You need to be able to do configuration management. Mass customization, that every machine is likely unique, driven by customer requirements. That's the direction that we are all getting towards. Regardless of whether you are building more standardized machine out of your own catalog and employ CTO practices or have 80-90% of unique design, you need to create and manage the serial number specific bill of material, tracing of the complete manufacturing process from gate to gate, if you will, and process into service life. Service life is an important dimension that all of these components needs to be in one single platform. Now, let's just look at how one of our customers did this. Tronout manufactures a case packaging machinery primarily for snack food industry. Their machines is just not about an equipment. They are line manufacturers, which is part of production lines that require integration with multiple types of equipments, from case erectors and sealers to the machines that package the product, and finally include case handling equipment such as palletizing robots and systems. Tronout engineers realized even identical machines can vary dramatically in the size, range, package, orientation. It could be case pack count, and so on. Integrating mechanical and electrical systems in the same machine is an increasingly difficult challenge, and I'm sure all of us acknowledge here. And this is combined with having to have unique software controls. Having a solution that integrates the different engineering domains is critical for Tronout, became very critical for Tronout engineers. They went ahead to maintain tight delivery schedules and avoid rework and machining on the assembly flow. Further, having the most comprehensive digital twin for these engineers meant being able to simulate the machine operation and validate the PLC and automation software code before loading it on the machine, saving significant time and cost by avoiding writing code on the assembly floor, and which is typically happens under pressure, and potentially cause a crashing between the mechanism, further delaying the machine delivery, which is also you could also relate about the teething issues that all of us go through in the machine industry when you go from designing to commissioning and therefore getting that production facility up and running to drive the outcomes which the machines were designed. Let's look at the second one. What is the approach you can take for increasing throughput of manufacturing process and at the same time improving quality? Using integrated systems, manufacturers need to have a sense of a digital machine shop, which enables manufacturing information to consistently flow through the process, connecting all steps of the operations. Companies can capture manufacturing knowledge and reuse of that knowledge that you have captured in an historical data that you have captured to reuse to improve efficiency. Through automation processes, using the latest technologies, companies can achieve a seamless part manufacturing process from manufacturing engineering to the end shop floor. Now, what are those components which are required to address that? What we spoke as a trend. What are those capabilities which are required for you as a machine manufacturer? Automating programming and optimizing machine processes delivers significant savings to your business. That is an important aspect to it. The reason is to get a consistent results when reusing the same proven processes time and again will improve quality, will reduce time to market, and also increases the efficiency as an outcome. Second, we should be able to use one system which will enable us to design, simulate, and machine parts, avoid multiple data transfers and manual work that impacts the overall efficiency. The third, ability to have a platform which is connected, which enables collaborative systems that accelerate the exchange of information across the entire product life cycle with the key stakeholders in each of the departments that the product development happens. While that is on the innovation cycle, planning, scheduling, managing can also be achieved with this platform through an advanced manufacturing solution. So it is an overall aspect of not looking at a solution or a tool, like I mentioned, from an aspect of solving a particular department problem, but look at taking a back step and looking at the entire organization value chain and what platform will enable the entire value chain for the transformation to happen. Now, another customer who is actually an 100-year-old company, Telsmith, which designs, manufactures, markets, and services a full line of mineral processing equipment, which needed to integrate the toolpath simulation and verification so as to support the high-speed machining requirements. According to them, their efficient new CAM process led to the performance rating 193% better than the tools that they were using before. How did they achieve? Generating more programs in spite of being used to program more complex machine. Technology stack which helped them to digitize the part manufacturing process to boost their productivity, which included synchronized manufacturing with model-driven process. Second, increasing machine efficiency by using the latest technologies in the technology stack which is available today in the marketplace. And the third is to produce higher quality parts which streamline data flow across the Telsmith operation. Let's see the fourth one. Manufacturing professionals today are faced with massive technological and workforce challenges on the manufacturing floor. When you look at our own workforce, which is increasingly becoming tech savvy, they need to adopt changing manufacturing technologies such as additive manufacturing, which is 3D printing, and digital training methods such as augmented reality. While we are looking at the previous trends, at the same time, machine designs are also getting complex with increased sensor and control integration, as well as sophisticated programming techniques that optimizes energy consumption and to adopt to changing production requirements is becoming more and more requirement. So what does it mean? It means the high machine complexity and mass customization requires the operation has to be on top of its game to make sure that we correct the paths, both towards from a technology point of view, from an automation point of view, and the softwares and processes that are dialed into the exact machines, the way it is being built, the way it is being manufactured. Schedules are becoming compressed and delays on the floor are more expensive, risking margin erosion and profitability loss is another trend that we have to look at seriously as we look at the capabilities which is associated to it. So to bring this forward, what does it mean? What does smart manufacturing mean? Building smart manufacturing capability means that the technology stack which helps you to do different aspects of the machine requirements today, whether it is industrial IoT reporting and analytics, intelligent behavior modification, whether it is service to customer to machine alignment. That alignment is extremely important from both the time that we spend from a customer delight point of view and also to look at your own margins and profits. The second point is the smart manufacturing technology should help you to have capabilities which can have information, data, the intellectual property that you continue to create in one single source of truth, so as to optimize production, adopt to production reality, and align to supply chain, business systems, and quality plans. So another customer who uses technology stack is Capnice. Is a manufacturer of a precision grinding and a metallurgy machine supporting industries where gears are essential to the end product. They serve energy, aerospace, automotive, heavy equipment companies with high precision machines and quality and underlining part of quality which are essential for this high precision manufacturing. Capnice was interested in pursuing a lower cost strategy to enter markets previously close to them at a higher price point. And they recognized that current manufacturing operations tools were not well suited to higher production rates and throughput. With far greater emphasis on standardization across the product line was an imperative essential to manage cost. The adoption of the manufacturing engineering technologies, advanced production planning and scheduling capabilities, integrated quality operations. How do I bring in integrated quality right from raw material to my semi-finished product, taking care of the entire manufacturing process and to a finished product. The complete orchestration of the manufacturing execution gave them an incredible visibility to the opportunities for cost reduction. They could simulate the material flow through the shop as well as see the material requirements across the schedule to help increase material flow velocity and reduce WIP material. By having greater insights for the manufacturing operations, both at the part and the assembly level, Capnice was able to build more standardized processes that decreased opportunity for quality problems and increased operator confidence. Standardization was a huge key to reducing the overall product cost. Digitalization, while we look at digitalization in the other part of it, it will also transform all facets of our lives, including some of the things that we spoke about leasing of the equipments is what we see, including the business model, how innovation is achieved, the way the products are manufactured, and how, most importantly, the services are delivered. These transformations or disruptions, though, have increased the amount of pressure service engineers for machine manufacturer are faced in regards to the complexity which is leading to the evolution of smarter machines and how these machines are serviced in the field. The machines you install at the customer plants across your install base provide you with a wealth of information and potential. Probably this wealth of information gives you insights about potential revenue streams that you can embark on. In a market where there is an intense competition and where your relationship with your customers may be, how do I leverage that as becoming a corporate asset for building these revenue streams by looking at the insights of the wealth of information that you are capturing. So how can you gain insights from machines in the field to drive both continuous improvement as for your own organization of the machine, and also to look at from how do I increase my service revenue? How can you develop business models such as production as a service, which has a potential to be far more lucrative? We continuously see that is becoming far more lucrative than the classic sales of a service model itself. So there could be many strategies to deal with it, but let's, with the interest of time, just want to address 2 or 3 important points that we see in the marketplace, where in the areas which help to improve the bottom line of your business, but also let's only look at the few possibilities. Of course, as we complete this presentation, we can deliberate any aspects of it which is of your interest. The first one, let's look at when you start with the ability to capture and analyze real operational data from thousands of data collection points on the machine. Analytics can be used to signal needs of service based on the operating conditions, as well as collect as much needed performance data about scrap and run rate. Dashboards which can help you to do interrogation, which can be used by the engineers, service technicians, and even can be extended to the customers, where with highly customized, easy to use, low-code tools with customized applications. With this new method of communicating, we can build a far more intimate relationship with your customers, lowering the barriers to request for services and maintenance parts. Third, expanding out to all the machines in operation to identify the same fidelity of information which can be analyzed and globalized so that you can have what is happening, or most importantly, what is about to happen to machines in the field. This is an incredibly valuable information to be able to being proactive about deploying your precious service technology technicians, which means travel cost for them to go physically and doing that in terms of planning both the service, the efforts which takes the services to be executed, and also to plan service procurement. In short, how can you harness this information that you are collecting, which is not only from an aspect of executing, but also to help you to realize the powerful revenue engine which is existing, which we are not currently tapping. The third point, as you might also imagine, the visibility of operation across your install base is valuable to engineers as well when they are planning the next generation of machines, when they are bringing more specific variants which will bring more capabilities and more enhancements, and responding to the potential of warranty and quality issues which was pertaining with your older machines. The scope of the problem can quickly be determined, and the operating data brought into the simulation model to see how the field performance derivatives can be derived out of from the simulation, and that what must be done to remedy the problem so that you can respond proactively for warranty claims. So let's look at an example. German OEM used edge computing and cloud computing in a combination in order to realize predictive maintenance for their vacuum systems for material handling. In general, they wanted to deal with two important major challenges. One is suction varying, and the second one was filter clogging. The target was for them is to how is the varying condition on the suction cup impacting the performance of the machine, and also the part performance of the specific parts which are around the suction cup. How high is the degree of filter clogging? Third, is its safe handling possible? When will the maintenance action be required to avoid unplanned downtimes, which is like predictive maintenance? With the solution, with the putting the edge computing and the cloud platform, they were able to look at a solution which the unplanned downtimes are avoided by analyzing the machine data and providing precise maintenance information in advance. For example, how many days are left till vacuum section grippers are about to fail? So they are not waiting for the actual gripper to fail, but they are able to predict how much more time it will actually be, it needs a replacement. Second, energy consumption. How can I look at energy consumption by detecting unusual high energy levels caused in the entire process? For example, clog filters, is it affecting the energy consumption, or wore out suction grippers is impacting the energy consumption? Third, with the predictive maintenance information and the energy detection, the status of each component were able to precisely determine in order to plan services proactively beforehand. For example, in a night shift or between shifts, can I predict this instead of doing it reactively? Can I do it more proactively? That's the benefit this customer got by putting the edge computing and predictive maintenance solutions around the business problem that they had. So just to summarize, while customers are demanding that customized machines are delivered, expectation is the customized machines are delivered in a shorter time frames. To meet these demands, what we believe machine designs are becoming exponentially. While they're wanting the time to build these machines is getting shrunk, but on the contrary, the complexity is also increasing exponentially. So what it also requires is to look at the high levels of customizations, which are increasing the machine complexity and driving the need of synergy across the machine designs and the machine strategy. So I wanted to end this presentation and then say thank you for spending time with me and with Siemens. Our colleagues are also logged in here. So I wanted to spend some time taking some questions from your side and then see how much can be addressed today, and then and how can we be working together and collaborate together to accelerate your digital future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That was an absolutely wonderful session, the most powerful. And that is Guru Prasad from Siemens Digital Industry Software. What a wonderful insight. So I request everyone, I hope so, people have posted questions. If not, if you see at the center, exactly at the bottom, there is Ask a Question button. I request you to please click on it and please shoot your questions. So welcome, Guru Prasad. How are you?
Hey, thank you very much. Doing well and safe. I hope all of you are attending, you and other people who are attending are also, they and their families are safe and sound. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful, whatever insight you just have given. I'm just waiting for the questions and then we will have it. All right. So my first question to you is, what are the top 3 challenges you are seeing in this current pandemic situation?
The first one, of course, is the how do I build factories which are more resilient? Because increasingly customers are realizing that this pandemic could be have open eyes in terms of looking at not only the operational efficiency but also ability to operate in a resilient way. That I think is an important trend, and one of the things that is also becoming an aspect of building a resilient operation is also means that I will be able to operate much more efficiently with lesser labor and things like that. That's one thing that we see. The second thing is through the pandemic, not only through the pandemic, but I think this trend is evolving in last 2-3 years. The end user aspiration from a consumer point of view is increasing quite evidently. Millennials are looking for products, let's say for in consumer packaged goods, they are looking at products which are health conscious. So what does it mean? You are expected to build more and more variants, while the variants are increasing, the SKUs are increasing, but organically there is not much of so much increase in terms of the volumes which are required. That essentially brings down to the point that do I need to, when I'm building the machine, am I looking at numbering up or scaling up? What I mean by numbering up is just keep adding machines to be able to create those many SKUs. Scaling up, what I mean by is how can I scale up my maturity in the way that I operate so that I can produce more with less. I think these are two trends which are evident. One of them, which is pandemic related, and the second one is evolving for a while now. I think it is going on for about 4 or 5 years, and the third one is connected to the second one is also the increasing social buying through the marketplace. So I'm sure all of us, what we want to buy, our kids don't want to buy the same product, or our wives don't want to buy the same product. So increasingly the aspiration, which is becoming more and more personalized requirement is growing. Retail is an example, consumer packaged goods is an example, consumer goods is another example. So I think these are the 3 important trends that we are seeing. And so, and actually what does it mean for machine builders or companies like ours who collaborate with end customers is, it's the point that I was mentioning, complexity. While I'm dealing with complexity, the point that underlining point is, if I don't deal with that complexity of the requirement, if I don't operate operationally well, somebody else will take that business. So I think it's a intervening dimension, complexity versus time to market is something which is evident for a couple of years now.
Very well said. Understanding the market is very, very important. And the trend is changing, and the millennial market is absolutely stunning. I mean, you can't guess what they are looking for. right? You have to understand, you have to get into their shoes to understand the product, what they do.
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so that was absolutely wonderful. Okay, I request everyone to please put your questions. I'm just waiting for the questions. You can click on the ask a question tab at the bottom. And yes, I can see few people are trying to ask the questions, but they have not typed the question. Chirag Gandhi, Jay Karthikeyan, and Ravi Roshan Keshri. I can see your details, but I'm not able to see your question. So you can put in the chat section also. That's not a problem. I can read it from here. So I saw one question in the chat section. Just want to shoot it for you. The question, what is all about the digitalization in manufacturing sector? How big a challenge and is a network capability?
Wonderful question. I think the difference between digitization and digitalization is something which everybody is wanting to operate, and everybody wants to get convinced. What does it mean to their own business? Digitalization, therefore, is about the investments that I do are just not having subjective outcomes, but they all also have objective outcomes. Now, if you actually look at it, is there a challenge? Like you rightly said, like you said before, we have to get into somebody's shoes. It is not uniform or it is not generic. I think one of the key things that we are discussing with customers is just when I want to do Industry 4.0, when I want to do digitalization, I want to do in a specific tool, let's say, for example, a cloud or any other solution. But while we go into a deeper discussion with the customers, it is very important for us to realize, for the customers to realize that what is it in for me? And I think that is the complexity for their organization, which is unique, which is in the perspective of the business that they deal with the and the customers that they address. Some of them might be addressing high component cost consumers. Somebody might be addressing a high volume but high SKU market. Somebody might be addressing low volume but high complexity components. So to sort of just say it in few words, I think the complexity is yours. I think it is important for us to discuss together, understand what those complexities mean to your both top and bottom line, and therefore build a roadmap of digitalization with the view of seeing the outcomes. But most importantly, when you do these efforts, it's very important for you to realize both cost to value and time to value. It should not be the journey that you take for 3 years in one go and then not see outcomes in periodic way. The second portion of that, which is a networking, again, gets associated to the maturity at the level that your organization is currently operating. So being a 150 years old company, plus old company Siemens, I think we recognize the industrial assets. We come with that knowledge, which has the ability just not doing the software portion of it or just bring some digital intervention, but it is, I think we have the experience to work with you, to discuss with you from a production point of view, from a manufacturing point of view, while we can also discuss from the innovation point of view. I think my humble request is that we should all get, the people who are interested in this audience, we would be delighted to come back to you, if you could share your comments, if you share your questions and your contacts, come back and work with you. I think the most important thing of Industry 4.0 is about intervening what we call as the physical world and the virtual world. Anything that you do in isolation might not reap you the benefit that you are intending to achieve.
Very well said and very well covered. And this is the best example right now. It's a combination of physical and digital world that people are watching us and they're hearing us, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
With due respect to time, I'll take the last question. And the question is from Ravi Roshan. Do smart design impact smart manufacturing in terms of cost and looks?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Do smart design impact smart manufacturing in terms of cost and looks?
Okay. Hey, hi Ravi. Trust you're doing well. It's an important question. I think the genesis of your manufacturing actually happens with the product, the way you produce, right? Some of the components of smart design is the designs that you are doing. Are you reusing your data in a very smart way? Are you reusing the subcomponents that you have already manufactured in a very smart way to produce more variants? What is the benefit of it? The benefit of it, when it goes downstream to getting manufactured in-house, or if you're outsourcing it, the importance is that you are then able to optimize the supply chain. You are able to go back to the same vendor or go back to the same manufacturing processes to produce it, rather than building new molds for it, new press tools for it, if it is a sheet metal component and so on. So the smart design absolutely impacts the way you look at it from a cost point of view. I just took an example in the context of reusing of information, reusing of existing components, but the whole idea of the concept, it's not a concept, but it is also most of the industry leaders are implementing is the digital twin of a product, a digital twin of a production, and the digital twin of the performance of your factory, right? Now, the genesis of this entire, the entire digital twin logic starts from the product. So you're absolutely right. That's where the smartness that you inculcate in the way that you design your products, actually in the downstream, it definitely makes an implication from both from cost point of view and of course from a time point of view, because you are reusing.
Right. Thank you, Guru Prasad. Thank you for your
time. Thank you so very much. And thanks, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. And from Siemens side, we wish you, the pandemic is increasing all over. We truly wish, for you to be safe and your families also to be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru Prasad. Thank you for your time. That was absolutely wonderful having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead now. I want to show you a couple of things. Let me put myself on spotlight so that you can see my screen. Yeah. So a couple of questions coming up, that how to chat with the booth representative. So I'm going to share my screen quickly and give you a quick demo. Once you go to the lobby area, you see you are in lobby. There is a click on the way to exhibition area. The moment you go to exhibition area, let's see, I want to chat with Siemens booth representative. I click on Siemens and there is a chat option at the bottom, right? Once you click on this chat option, another window will pop up. Say, I want to talk to representative from Siemens, Gautam Datta. So what I'll do is I'll click on chat. The moment I click on chat, it will be opening a API, WhatsApp API, which is called web.whatsapp. It will automatically open up. So the moment you open up, you click on continue chat. And the moment you continue chat, it will ask you use your WhatsApp web. So download or WhatsApp web. If you are on PC, I will request you to click on this WhatsApp web. Well, the moment I click on WhatsApp web, see what happens. It will ask you to scan the QR code. So the moment it will ask you to scan the QR code, you just see my mobile phone. I'm giving you demo. Open your WhatsApp like this and go to the 3 dots. There are 3 dots on the right corner. The moment you go on 3 dots, you will see something like this. I want to show you again. You will see a third option from the top, which says WhatsApp web. The moment I click on WhatsApp web, I'll get something like this, which says link a device. All right. The moment I click on the link a device, it will give me a scan code like this. And I just have to scan it. The moment I scan it, it will open my web WhatsApp. It's so simple as that. I hope I clarified it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the simple way you have to follow. All right, so let's move ahead. I hope you guys are enjoying. If yes, please type yes in the comment section. Let me feel that you are with me and you are absolutely enjoying this session. Please type yes in the comment section, everyone. Let me feel that positive energy from you. Ladies and gentlemen, and now it's high time to call upon the next speaker. The topic is Unlock the Potential of Industry 4.0. And to speak on this topic, we have technology product evangelist and strategist, EAM from Info, Mr. Kevin Price. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kevin. I request everyone, please type clap for Kevin. Let's welcome him. I request you again, everyone, please keep typing for Kevin. Let me feel that you're with me. I request everyone to please do that. Thank you so much.
Hi, Hi, my name is Kevin Price. Today we're going to give you a bit of an overview of the works around N4EAM as it applies to manufacturing. My name is Kevin Price. I'm a technical product evangelist for N4. I'm responsible for global strategy around EAM. I've been doing nothing but EAM for my entire career, a little over 23 years. I've been published a few hundred times, and I have launched about 80% of what our portfolio is within the EAM environment, from an idea we had on a whiteboard to some things that we have as world-class best-of-breed products today. When we think about asset management, we think about a lot of different types of things, because enterprise asset management in specific is dealing with a lot of different types of assets, things that move, things that have structure, things that are environments that you work in, live in, eat in, work with your coworkers in, things that you operate. There's a lot of different types of asset that are out there. So when we think about enterprise asset management, you're actually surrounded by them. But if we think about specifically within the manufacturing environment, we think about assets that are extraordinarily complex. These are things that have a lot of different touch points to them. They have a lot of different conditions that are related to each one of them. They have different types of key performance indicators. You'll hear things like overall equipment effectiveness ratings, OEE. You'll also hear things like the mean time between failure, the mean time to repair, each type of material that goes into it, when it was calibrated. There's a lot of different stuff that goes into maintaining these assets. Specifically within pumps, for example, you think about a lot of different types of components, just as we saw earlier, and there's lots of different ways it can be operated. But if you're thinking about it from an asset management lens, you're thinking about the expense that occurs. You're thinking about this ability to produce revenue. You're thinking about how it is run safely. With an EAM application like what we have, what we think here is about the very interest of it when it begins. It's not when you buy it or bring it in necessarily, but it's when you plan for it, what kind of environment it's going to be fitting into, what kind of efficiency you're expecting, what kind of output you're going to see. So the capital expenses that you first have are somewhat, but there's a lot more that's behind that. Operating expenses are actually a lot bigger because they involve time. They involve different types of impact. Maintenance numbers, so you have material, you have labor, you have different types of unknown equipment operating expenses that go to it. You have works that you have around inventory. You have works of operating it. You also have works that's built in around energy. Energy happens to be one of those types of things that go into the mix of maintaining an asset that no one pays attention to. Yet this is one of the costs that's critical to the business of operating that asset. Systems like pumps, or systems like any type of asset that has a lot of structure to it and a lot of criticality to it and a lot of condition to it, have a lot of elements. Thinking about pumps in and of themselves, there's one thing again around energy that we don't pay attention to, but it happens to be a heavy draw. See it here, 20% of the world's industries depend on pumping systems for their daily operations. These systems account for 20 to 50% of energy usage in a certain plant. So if you're looking at an asset, just to understand what its classical costs are, the labor, the material, these different types of things, you may be missing a whole picture of opportunity that you aren't thinking about today. If you think about other types of ideas of how to do expensive asset management replacement versus preventive measures, or going after predictive measures, or even condition-based measures that are going to it, you're missing an opportunity cost there as well. If we look at the entire life of what a pump really would be, we think about the different types of costing elements, maybe this gives a different picture. Are you tracking all the costs in this way? Do you understand the entire cost picture? Do you understand the entire risk picture? Do you understand the entire uptime view? There's a lot of different ways to understand it. Cost is usually one that you focus in on. And sometimes what you'll see here in orange is that maintenance and repair is the only place that we pay attention to. We need to relate that back to different areas of the organization in terms of how much energy is being pulled, for example, or what the production capacities have been. When you bought it, when should it be retained? Is there investment that you can put on that particular asset, or is there a capital decision that needs to be made? There's different ways to remove it. When should it be removed and how? Looking at the entire life cycle of an asset is what systems like EAM can do, especially modern ones that are built to the Industry 4.0 caliber. That involves a lot of detail. So when you think about an asset, it's not just, okay, it's a pump and it runs. It has an entire record. It has an engineering standard. It has a benchmark. So when you're starting to monitor that asset, understand its condition, which is a part of what we do in Industry 4.0, we know where it's deviating. We know why it's deviating. We know to what extent it's deviating. We can take action. So before that asset becomes a complete failure and we have to do reactive maintenance, maybe we can step in and do a preventive measure. Or maybe we can gather that data and start doing predictive models. So we can understand when it's going to run based on capacity, based on operation. These are things that we get to when we incorporate technology, automation, and the Industry 4.0 standards. Condition monitoring is probably the easiest one that you can point to in those standards because it speaks to the things that you pay attention the most. Temperature ratings, vibration readings, lubrication ratings. When's the last time you do an inspection? When did you take it down? How do you build that into your practice? Well, you have calibration modules, you have work modules, you have task plans that are built into it, you have data collection elements, you have different types of baselines that you establish that for, and you have deviations that are on top of it. These can be statistical models that are not just things that come out of thin air, but things that are proven practices that you can incorporate to your strategy. These are things that take the paper that's written down, scribbled upon, and then making it more of a digital process. Once we are able to do this process of capturing the condition and being able to make it into a digital process, we can then build a business process around that so we can understand when it's going to fail and what the impact is going to be. It's not just within pumps, though, obviously, right? It's any kind of asset. Plan assets, look around you. You have things that are very technical in nature to things that are very basic, things that can cause a lot of risk and things that can cause a lot of damage to someone and the organization when an accident occurs. Assets that are in the field are equally problematic. Not only are they complex, not only to carry inherent risk, but these are things that can have environmental damage. You may have that in your manufacturing facility, whether you know it or not. If you're thinking about what's inside the plant and you're not thinking about outside of it, you may be missing part of the picture as well. The facilities is a big number. So just think about running the manufacturing process that you do today if you don't have the right type of climatic condition. And what we mean by that is perhaps you're looking at the types of humidity factors that are there, the temperature ratings that are there. We have some customers that run with wood production and different types of pulp production, and these things can incinerate over time as they start to accumulate dust or other types of elements to them. So when you think about the facilities, it may be equally as important as maintaining the actually operating asset as well. And there's so many more to think of. The entire chain. What happens when that asset leaves? What happens when it comes back? What happens when you're producing assets for your customers and you want to maintain them in the field? Is there a way in which you can incorporate that practice, pass it along? Is there a way that you can be able to understand condition remotely and bring it into your own practice? The answer is yes to all the above. The question is, what are you going to take along? What can you bring under your belt and what can you outsource? So to do that, you really got to think about the different types of stakeholders that you're going to have when you do asset management, especially in this process and this opportunity of automation for Industry 4.0. We start to think about the C-suite. What are they concerned with? Why is it there? Well, they're concerned about the profitability of the business, the risks that are associated with it, and they're concerned about expanding it and scaling that business. Typically, it's involving mergers and acquisitions, but it can involve other things about those assets. What's the best way to understand that? Data. That's exactly right. Looking at understanding those assets as best as you can, when they're deployed, what the results are, the longevity of those assets, give a better visibility into that C-suite over how those assets are performing. This is the impact that you have on maintenance, is that conversation becomes not only something that's within the maintenance organization, but really where it should be at the higher levels of the organization. When we think about that, we can't get there without the tenets of the Industry 4.0 model. So we started to think about automation. We started thinking about conditioning. We started thinking about reaction of mobility standards. We started thinking about digitization at any level. When we think about plant operations and managers, this is easy, right? We're thinking about asset reliability. We want to meet the production standards that we're setting up. We want to meet the goals that we're trying to hit for those runs. We want to do it in a safe way. We can do it as best as we can. This is where the classic modes of enterprise asset management come into play. This can be done by a transaction system. This can even be done in some examples by just doing reactive maintenance. But to get really into the depths of reliability, we want to start doing troubleshooting. This is when we start to capture in electronic format, especially what our assets are doing, how they're behaving, when they're going to fail, when they're not. So we can get a better visibility into the reliability scope of that asset and understand its availability completely. The maintenance technicians, this is where the rubber hits the road, right? This is exactly where we want to capture information. This is where we want to push out mobile solutions. This is where we want to communicate automation events. This is where we want to communicate condition. If I'm out there and doing an inspection on assets, shouldn't I get a feedback from the system that's potentially monitoring that, like a SCADA or process logic control system? Should I get that information in a clutter, or should I get it in a way that's easy to use, easy to consume, easy to navigate? The answer is easy as possible. You want to give technicians the best of both worlds, the most data they can get, but at the same time, as easy it is to consume. You want to be able to have them in a situation where they can get into the system and get out just as easy. So when we think about the world of physical assets and we think about the world of digitized assets, these things need to mirror each other. You'll hear more things within Industry 4.0 realms of things like digital twins and different ways to be able to incorporate augmented reality and virtual reality into the mix with the different technology standards. But it must start with the foundation. That foundation is understanding the assets you have, the specific ones that are responsible for the revenue that you produce, and equating that to a system that can then start tracking their behavior. Start taking data from meters, that can start taking data from visualization, that can start even bringing in data from third-party resources and third-party environments to be able to give the best of both worlds. Starting from the basis of those assets and moving to the digital world is the first point. When you get a chance, go out to Infor.com, look for the EAM page, and you'll find more about how we're incorporating this evolution process of incorporating the Industry 4.0 ideas into enterprise asset management. You're going to hear it along the topic of asset performance management. In that environment, you're going to hear things that make up the components, make up the tenants. You're going to hear things like Maintenance 4.0, Industry 4.0 carries a lot of automation elements that brings from reactive all the way to predictive and even into prescriptive, where not only should you know that the asset is going to fail at a certain time, but here's the things that you want to do to avoid it. You're also going to hear things about the automation components, condition monitoring, bringing in data, incorporating that in alerts where it needs to happen at the time it needs to happen. You also have things about mobility. You'll hear things about visualization. A lot of detail that's out there on this particular page when you get a chance. And of course, have any questions, reach out for us. We'd love to talk to you about in more detail. When you think about EAM, you think about all that it encompasses. This is an application that's been around since first line of code in 1986. So not only we're going to have what you need in this portfolio around managing the individual asset, but we're also going to have managing all the processes, managing the team that's associated with it, and then going into performance. This is the key to the evolution of Industry 4.0. Going from the very basics of production to more automated events and more sensing events and more predictive events. As you're going to see things like reliability-centered maintenance, life cycle assessments, you're going to see risk control. You're going to see a lot of the things that we do in this space to better improve the overall performance of that asset to the entire organization. We're not just going to pay attention to it when it fails to go fix it. To do that, you have to have a lot of different types of tools. EAM is built with these out of the box, and some of them are built with integration. Business intelligence tools, building information models, computer-aided design, geographic information systems. The application has been around and is a market leader for a reason. It is a best of breed in what it does and world-class in its abilities. When we think about the impacts to this particular application and really what's pushing it, we think about the dynamics of the markets that it plays in. So not only do you see an evolution of the business models that are out there and how EAM plays. So what we mean by that is what we're seeing more is potentially the process of going not only from within the walls of enterprise asset management capabilities, so the things we've talked about around operating assets or maybe the environmental condition tools and dimensional condition equipment, but also things that are outside of it. But we're also looking at a lot of our customers are saying, what if we could take our asset management practices and put them into the products that we make and then provide them to our customers as an aftermarket service. This is something that's common. We typically saw this within field service as an example, but we're starting to see it more and more and more that customers have that ability in a system like EAM to be able to do condition, to be able to do sensing, and they want to extend that on as an additional benefit to their customers. It's something that we can do. Running your plant at peak performance is always a difficult task, and that's another dynamic. We're starting to see this more and more in demand, especially the impacts of COVID in the market that we have. We have a reduction in demand, right? We have some areas that have an uptick in demand, but for the most part, we're having a lot of belt tightening. We're looking at different types of budgets that need to be cut, different budgets that need to be streamlined. We're looking at less type of operations that we can do. So we need to have those assets that we do have running at their peak potential. Around safety and human potential, couldn't be even more important as we saw within COVID. So we've already paid attention to what those assets can do, the hazards they can produce, and the different types of precautions that you have to make sure that you're operating correctly. But what we're starting to see more too is the COVID concern. So when was that person last tested? When was this environment tested? When was this equipment last cleaned? When was this rail car, as we have a lot of transportation customers too, when was it cleaned and how? Are there automation that you can incorporate to be able to reduce the number of human touch points in this process? Of course there are. You may not have to do those condition checklist or reviews as much as you did. You could be able to put in an automation component to be able to understand those systematically. And these are things that we do routinely. This drives not only the potential of what you have within safety, but it can also drive your compliance. 21 CFR 11, and how you operate on good manufactured processes, being able to document everything you have, who did it, when they did it, what they did. You have a lot of audit trails that are built into it. You also want to be able to have a solution that's done in the most secure way. So these are the things that are dynamic changes that we're seeing a lot more. We've always seen in the past, but we're seeing a lot more in recent months, if not years. The pace of technology is a bigger thing altogether. Customers are demanding moving to the cloud because they don't want to keep up with systems anymore. Database tier, presentation tier, integration tier, reporting tier, mobile tier. Why have that headache if you don't have to? Focus on the business at hand because I don't have the people anymore. My budgets are getting cut. So SaaS is right out of the gate a question that customers want to see, want to have. They want to incorporate predictive, prescriptive where they can. And to do that, you need to have a good amount of data sets, a good amount of history, work history overlaid in with industry knowledge to be able to make that happen. That pace of technology is not going to slow down. More and more, we're going to see different components that come in that help out the operations and maintenance side of the family. That's going to be more pervasive. Data that's going to be democratized into more places than you've ever seen before. So when you think about the dynamics of this manufacturing environment, it's changing in a big way. But we feel these changes are for the good. As an example with BioMarin, we think about this implementation and what they were doing. They have a lot of challenges for their own internal assets and their own adherence to good manufacturing processes. They also are looking at different types of tools that they can use and how they can eliminate that a lot of their touch point processes. So an example here is looking at developing out different types of clone screens as an example, the configuration that we have to reduce the amount of forms that they capture, or to have the configuration done in a usable way and push it out to the right person at the right time. This is a way to take a modern system that's already available, that's operating as should, but make it better, to be able to achieve optimization in the process of asset management. Or what about the process of differentiated value within manufacturing of oil and gas? We have a customer that's built into inventory savings that they've saved over the years by reducing the amount of inventory they keep on hand, or the amount that it costs to do other different types of practices. Rolling an asset management system in an environment that is large as what you would see in Flint Hills, or in an environment that involves volatility in the manufacturing process as a whole, is something that we see routinely, but we can help with. The return on investment for each individual manufacturing process, in this case chemical and oil and gas, happens to be a little bit more volatile, happens to be a lot more sophisticated in its engineering grade, but it's using the same system. These are things that we can take advantage of to be able to reach that next level of visibility into your assets. Another component that we find really key is having an EAM system that has integration. We've talked a bit about it in terms of condition monitoring. We've talked a bit about it and how we do integration with mobile solutions and the needs that are there. But what are the different things that are around integration that makes it so important? One of the things is not just looking at integration as a point-to-point integration. Look at it as a tool. We look at it through a tool called Infor Operating Services. And within that, we can do integration for document management. We can see alerts. We can do single sign-on. We can have application program interfaces that we may want to see to do calls into on a regular basis, or to do queuing events. So maybe integration with an ERP. It could be integration with a SCADA system or project logic control system, or other things that are built into it. So when you think about integration with an EAM application, don't think about it from one point to the next. Think about it in the entire organization. Who can benefit from this data? Because as we elevate that process, as we capture more information, as we see information in more real time, we start to think about who can share that. And you can't share that unless you have an integration standard model. Automating that process is important. Not only bringing the data, but also putting decision trees and flows. We want to have this as a way that's easy to use. So we build tools that involve a lot of dragging and dropping. We have tools that have a lot of select boxes and a lot of things that you really don't have to have sophisticated education requirement backgrounds for. Our whole goal in life is to have you start to get to use the application and get benefit from it. And it's really hard to say that when you think, oh, well, it's integration. Integration requires developers. It requires a lot of testing. It requires a lot of elements to bring in. Not the way we developed it, not the way we deploy it, and certainly not the way we implement it. Figure out where your integrations matter and why it meets the ultimate goal that you're trying to reach in your process and automation environment, and implement it. Simple as that. Another reason is to look at enterprise asset management as it applies to capabilities, where it sits, where it doesn't. You're going to think about all the Industry 4.0 areas. When should I bring in these logic controls, or when should I be able to bring in automation events? And should it be in ERP? Should it be in EAM? It depends on where your business is and what are the goals you're trying to go after. But what we find more times than not is the ERP is limited in what it can do. It's more financial and it's focused. It's more fixed assets and it's focused rather than operational that we typically see. Just as we talked earlier about the capital assets versus operating expenses, those capital expenses versus operating expenses are plentiful in nature. There's a lot more things that come into operations, and you need to be able to have a solution that can specify and specialize on those. You'll see a lot of impact, but you won't miss the important thing. The important thing is the focus around integration. So this is a common pattern that we use going back and forth from ERP to EAM. It doesn't mean that's the one that you have to have, but typically what we'll find is integration touchpoints for procurement. So asset management typically lives in EAM. We do all of our maintenance work. We do all of our operation works. We bring in integration touchpoints in terms of condition data and monitor data. But we do a lot of integration that's built out from a procurement perspective, because typically that's where the financials matter to an ERP. So we build this out of the box. We build a lot of connectors for these, but these are things that you can grow. So this is just an example of one of the touch points of integration models that you'll want to think about as you start to think about where EAM sits. Another thing you want to be able to think about is thinking about a vendor that is concerned about the evolution of this particular sector and making sure that they're keeping up with it. At Infor, we think about it in a wide variety of ways. And what we're seeing is an evolution because of Industry 4.0 of asset management in and of itself. So in the past, what we would find is a lot of monolithic and really big applications that are one big bang to do everything. And that really, of course, went away, right? The early 21st century, we started seeing a lot of components, a lot of different objects that were doing different things. Some stuff was in the cloud, some wasn't. You can call to some of it kind of, but is really componentized. What we're starting to see now is the capabilities, as an example we have in EAM, that call to services. I want to be able to call to a service for warranty. I want to be able to call to a service for reporting. I want to call to a service for business intelligence. I want to be able to call to a service for asset condition. And I want to be able to do so without affecting any of my work and how it's deployed or how it's maintained or how it's upgraded. I don't have to keep an eye on making sure that the version of one matches the version of the other. I want to be able to grow at my own pace. These are things that we see now, and these are things that I'm sure you're seeing yourself. So as we start to look at the sector and the impact that Industry 4.0 is making on asset management, these are some of the things we think about. Another thing we think about is the evolution of tools like EAM. As we mentioned, we're seeing is an evolution of enterprise asset management to a grade called asset performance management. And in asset performance management, it's actually a larger market that's out there because it's involving a lot more people in discussion. If we think about where we are and our growth rates around what we do in this particular environment, the global market for enterprise asset management around 2018 was expected to be around a $4.7 billion market. As we look at asset performance management, which is where EAM-like products are evolving into, it's a much bigger space. And why is this? It's because it's involving a lot more components. There are things that are hardware, there are things that are network, there are things that are implementation, deciding components. There's things that you can see on the right that are also driving it, such as the shift to SaaS, the resurgence of interest in doing more specific things with a lot more granularity of focus. There's a lot more integration. There's a lot of next generation type of capabilities. And of course, everything has to be mobile. So as we start to think of all those things that you're seeing different types of articles about, you're getting emails about, you're seeing on the webinars about, we are too. And what we want to be able to do is provide a lot of those capabilities to you as a single solution that's built into a best-of-breed application, which is what you really should expect. Take to mind, though, that underpinning capability is important. The underpinning capabilities are maintenance 4.0. So if we think about Industry 4.0 and the evolution of the basic manufacturing processes to the modern, we think about a parallel to that called maintenance 4.0, where we have reactive maintenance and maintenance 1.0 to preventive to condition-based to predictive and to prescriptive. We see this in evolution. Within EAM, we've already done a lot of these capabilities. We have done for a long time, but we are seeing these as a market driver, and I'm sure you're seeing those as well. You're probably hearing a lot. Shouldn't you know when that asset's going to fail based on this run? And if you know when it's going to fail, couldn't you guess the time? And if you could guess the time, couldn't you be able to understand the things you need to be able to do to avoid it? And that's really when you get past predictive and get more into prescriptive models. These are things that you should expect to see with an enterprise asset. And this is the things that we're developing into the application as we start to take our own journey down this path of Industry 4.0. We also see a convergence of these capabilities. So in the market, what we found is not only enterprise asset management still exists and strong, but we also see third-party solutions that all they do is asset performance management type of modeling capabilities. And what we do today are all in the blue, and what we do in that larger box of predictive root cause analysis, we do asset optimization and asset investment planning as well. Where we're looking to go and where to evolve as an example in this model of asset performance management journey is making it more of a modeling tool. Right now, we can tell you when an asset's going to fail, what to do, and we can give you an idea of what that cost for that year is going to be, or maybe the next 2 or 3 years. But what we want to do a better job of is helping you model. We want to help you prepare for the next pandemic impact to your business. What happens if you lose 70% of your production capacity because of an outside influence like a pandemic? What happens if you have to restructure your workforce? What does that mean? What are the things that you can model into that practice to get it done? We're seeing our customers have more of those discussions and have more of those concerns, and it needs to be part of who they are. That's why that convergence that we're seeing in the market of the enterprise asset management to the asset performance management tools out there and modeling techniques are rolling into EAM, because we see a lot of that coming from our customers, and we certainly hear it every day, just like you. This is why we did a partnership not too long ago with C3.ai. C3.ai is a wonderful artificial intelligence and machine learning organization. They're targeting EAM. If you see in this particular view, EAM is going to be one of the targeted applications, and it is right now, on taking some of their tools and their advanced analytical tools and embedding them into what we do around our practices for asset management. So you're thinking about predictive maintenance and prescriptive, just like we were talking about. We're excited about this. We definitely think it scales the relationships that we have in the field, the relationships we have in the market, and take some of the ideas that we've been working on already around artificial intelligence and machine learning, and really in exposing them to not just a set of just different capabilities, but a whole new world of opportunity. And that's just the beginning point. There's a lot of opportunities of benefit for an enterprise application like Infor EAM. There's a lot of benefit for thinking about the automation components that you'll see within Industry 4.0 and that you're going to be hearing about or have already heard in the summit. This is something that we can take advantage of today. Optimizing schedules, optimizing inventory, optimizing routes, optimizing dispatch. There's a lot of different things that you'll hear as you start to go through that Industry 4.0 trail that applies to EAM. There's going to be a lot of words like optimize. It's going to be a lot of words like integrate. It's going to be a lot of words like automate. And there's going to be a lot of words like deploy with ease. These are things that we strive to do well on, that we have been doing well on as the best of breed, and will continue to do well on with your help. Thank you for attending. I hope you've enjoyed this session. Should you have any questions, would love to hear from you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Kevin. That was absolutely wonderful insight of Industrial 4.2. And I'm sure people are loving this, enjoying this. If you're finding this useful, a lot of knowledge, you're absorbing a lot of knowledge, I request everyone to please type yes in the comment section. Let me feel that yes, you are with me, you are absorbing the knowledge, and this Smart Manufacturing Summit is delivering you what we have committed. So you are enjoying, you're getting a knowledge, please type yes in the comment section. I'll just announce quick names. Thank you so much, Ajay Kumar Mishraji. Thank you. And please keep typing yes in the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, till then, now it's time to call upon the next speaker. And the topic is, once again, cloud. And this time it's all about cloud in manufacturing, enabling transformation smartly. And to speak on the topic, ladies and gentlemen, we have country head strategic business from Cloud4C, Mr. Ashwini Kaul. Before he comes on screen, I request everyone to please type yes in the comment section if you're loving the session. Let me feel that. Let me see the response from you. I'll wait for 30 more seconds from you, ladies and gentlemen. Keep typing, keep typing. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to call upon the next speaker. Let's move on.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for participating during these COVID challenging times. It's really nice to see many of you having participated and taken time out. I will be covering a presentation for about 25 to 30 minutes. Our post-presentation, we can take your questions if you have any. To start with, from a smart manufacturing, if there are multiple definitions that a lot of noise about it, a lot of people talking about IoT, a lot of people talking about Industry 4.0 and how it's going to be a revolutionary technology intervention in the manufacturing process. And the way we have seen COVID impact, particularly in India, is significantly impacting us. Manufacturing, Make in India, and the PLI scheme of Government of India, where they're offering incentives to manufacturing companies, is a significant step which the manufacturing industry has to embrace. There are more than 200 lakh crores of funds that government wants to allocate, particularly for the manufacturing industry in the various verticals to kind of make use of it. McKinsey estimates that by 2025, total economic impact of IoT within factories will be up to nearly $3,700 billion per year, and that's humongous. The smart manufacturing defines the intersection of operational technology and the information technology to monitor physical processes within manufacturing and use data to make productive, corrective, and adaptive decisions to improve operational costs. These are fully integrated and collaborative manufacturing systems that respond in real time to meet challenging demands and conditions in the factory, in the supply network, and the customer needs. Adopting smart manufacturing or Industry 4.0 requires both vertical and horizontal data integration across the business. Vertical digitization may include manufacturing process, procurement process, supply chain design, product lifecycle management, logistics, operations, and quality, all integrated for seamless flow of data. Horizontal digitization may include data integration with suppliers, customers, and key partners. Achieving integration requires upgrading and replacing equipments, networks, and processes until you have a seamless ecosystem. It's not enough for your system to be fully integrated. You also need solid data services and analytics to turn automation, to turn information being generated by your systems, sensors, and machinery into actionable intelligence that can provide the desired return on investment. With the adoption of these connected systems, we can also face increased risk of cybersecurity. This is why adopting 4.0 requires close collaboration with IT departments of your organization. The key success factors in internal cultural transformation is required. This requires strong leadership support that is committed to change management style and investing in necessary technology and education to successfully adopt smart manufacturing practices. So given this background, let me share my screen and run my presentation. So you will be able to see my presentation after this. So give me a minute. I hope you are able to see my screen. Cloud in manufacturing, enabling transformation smartly. So we talk about how we need to be smart when we are enabling manufacturing processes, and how do we go about this transformation. So we'll be in this session, we will be covering some of the essentials of smart manufacturing. Smart manufacturing, as it may sound, is going to touch upon every single aspect of manufacturing process, the areas that I talked about earlier. There are a lot of challenges that the organizations and the production departments will face in terms of adopting the technology. All this work happens. There will be multiple pain points in the departments. All those pain points need to be handled independently. The best way to cover that is to kind of do one project at a time, small projects at a time. But the challenge is, how do we ensure that each project done in different pockets within the organization work seamlessly and work together? So we will talk about the need for a cloud adoption framework, or a smart manufacturing framework to be used. We talk about some of the steps and basics under the approach that we will also talk about the challenges of security and also the analytics that we need to deal with. Ultimately, what matters is the success of the project matters, and that the challenge is, how do we ensure all of these components that are needed work together? And so the selection of the right partner is the success mantra that we'll talk about. And we'll also cover Cloud 4C, based information about that and the services. And we'll also cover some success stories at the end of the session. Typical factories that operate in India or globally. So I personally have had significant experience working in many manufacturing facilities. Personally would have visited more than 100 facilities in different technology domains, different sub-industries in the manufacturing domain. Now, right from early days, since I worked for Kirloskar Electric for about 10 years, I used to visit various types of factories in many remote parts of the country. So I would watch operations of cement plants, huge long kilns that move at snail's pace, toughened glass hardening, sugar centrifuges, rubber kneaders, electronics assembly lines, CNC machine shop floors, automated machine controls, steel rolling mills, steel furnaces, automobile assembly lines, pharmaceutical packaging plants and tea packaging plants, food packaging plants, plastic molding machines converting pellets into any shape, paper rolling mills rolling out all types of paper, synthetic yarns, food processing plants, offset printing machines, and many others. Today, when I recall all these past experiences, I'm easily able to imagine about the areas and the potential scope, modernization that can have, and that's needed in these factories through smart manufacturing technologies. So let me share with you a few of these experiences that I narrated, some of these facilities that I visited. I'll give you an example of about more than 2 decades back. I was assigned a task of visiting JK Tire plant in Kota, which was a tire manufacturing plant. And the task that was assigned to me was to visit the entire plant, which had more than few thousand motors running for more than 5 years. the task was to study each and every motor, which are large industrial motors, and figure out which of those motors were functionally working in working condition and what could be the possible remaining life of those motors. What would be the motors that were out of service, that could not be serviced and that should be trashed, and motors that could be repaired and rectified and and could be reused. There were two more persons from the factory assigned to me for doing this exercise. I took about a week's time, and in about 50 odd degrees Celsius temperature, visiting the entire plant and making manual notes and presenting my manual report to my management. So imagine all of this, how much of that has been automated? Can we get all of this information through sensors? How much of that work can happen in the real time? There was another opportunity. Let me give you one more scenario about during my days in China. I spent 2 weeks in a plant studying how the electronics manufacturing happens in that plant. A plant which was manufacturing calculators, electronics, games, and few other electronics. The plant had about 1,000 odd workforce. 90% of the manufacturing was happening manually. Most of it was manual with lots of machines, but still manual process going on. There was and the best part of that was, even though there were lots of machines to carry out certain functions, let me give you an example. A chip which was the size of a tip of a thumbnail needed to be connected with about 60 odd soldering connections. And this whole process was done through microscopes manually. And that is how they would manufacture the kind of products that the world used. And now when Chinese products are to be manufactured in India, or the products are to be manufactured in India, now I can see the potential scope for us to kind of automate all of these processes in a way how it will be most cost effective, efficient, and reliable. And when in the similar time frame, when I visited US and visited a wholesale packaging factory with very limited staff, they would handle right from sourcing of products to finally shipping the packed goods with most minimal resources. And so the kind of situation where we are at this point of time, what's the scope for us to graduate to that level needs us to think about smart manufacturing very proactively. So essentially, what are the various requirements and components that go into planning and designing a smart manufacturing setup? Essentially, we need to digitize all the processes, all the machines through sensors. We need to automate how the communication happens. We need to ensure that how we receive feedbacks from the customers, how do we create products quickly, and how do we deliver those products and new innovations. And then, of course, the connectivity becomes a very, very fundamental, integral part of how all the machines are within the factory are connected. And then all of this has to be in the real time, And then the best, most important part has to be secure. It has to be secure. And then we have to provide remote access for ease of use, particularly in these COVID conditions. There are a lot of people who will have to have a remote access. The key components essentially that go into enabling all this is the IoT, IIoT sensors, or they call it Internet of Things or Internet of Everything. They call it or barcodes or QR codes. So what essentially it means is we need to enable a large organization to get agility of a startup. At this point of time, a large organization, a manufacturing organization, cannot afford not to be agile. The competitiveness comes up when we are able to come up with products quickly, when we are able to respond to customer concerns and issues quickly. And that has to happen only when we have everything connected in the real time. So essentially, smart technology is the means to achieve these business goals. And then we don't have to design the technology for today's current business goals, and we also have to future-proof it. So 10 years back, let me look at an example. 10 years back, when we were looking at smart home, in today's value terms, it would cost us roughly about 50 lakh rupees to create a smart home, which was not having as many features as we can have today. And today it will cost us 1 lakh of rupees to kind of automate the entire home. Now imagine, while I was trying to attempt some of this at my home, I tried to replace the wired cameras at my home through wireless cameras. I wanted to replace electric LED bulbs with smart bulbs and all kind of intrusion prevention, security alarm systems and all that. It's the key is, how do we ensure all of these things work together? How do we design a framework or an infrastructure that works together? And in a factory situation, which is huge and humongous in terms of the scope, in terms of number of machines, and in terms of number of processes that are there, all of this needs to be AI enabled. It needs to be having a self-learning process. The beauty of AI, though, is that we can start small and make it big. We design cognitive simple solutions for all pain points within the framework. But the key is the framework. There has to be a framework that we have to use. We have to base the whole architecture on. Robots, machines, and sensors have to work together in harmony with humans. Now, we have seen chips or sensors, as what we may call them. The cost of chips, somebody has quoted, cost of chips will be not more than the cost of garbage or a garbage bag. We have seen it's in operation. We have seen how chips are printed on packaged boxes and shipped. And when it comes to my home, I simply pull out the product out of the packaging and junk the packaging, which contains the sensors. The sensors they use to track each box. The cost, because the cost of these sensors is equal so low, they are able to manage it. So that is the kind of cost that we're talking about when we and the density of these sensors. So fundamental components that go into smart manufacturing from the foundation components would be the IoT sensors and autonomous robots that will perform some of the hazardous, difficult, and routine mundane jobs. And then the fundamental component is the cloud platform, and a hybrid at that. There are a lot of functions that will have to be provided. The cloud components will have to be provided within the factory so that it is accessible locally and quickly. And then a larger analytical platform on the cloud has to go on a data center cloud, on a public cloud platform. So all of these hybrid cloud platforms have to be designed and planned. Similarly, we talk about security as an integral and essential component to be designed as part of the framework. We have to look at the standards and interoperability. Various sensors must be able to send out data in a certain standards, certain format that is readable, that is usable. And then all of this has to be integrated and connected. And then we also have, when we start creating a smart manufacturing framework, we have to see how, before we implement, we are able to create a simulated environment and see how it performs and optimize it. And then, so the components of simulation are very essential. And again, we also have to look at continuous integration and continuous deployment and delivery. We also have to ensure that embedded automation is incorporated to ensure that as we start getting inputs from our customers, from our ecosystem partners, vendors, of any changes that are to be incorporated, those changes are incorporated as quickly as possible and implemented on a continuous basis. And finally, the analytics part of it, which is fundamental to getting the data. Now, if we look at today, we look at the analytics part of it in detail. Okay, let me cover that in a separate slide about analytics. Okay, so what are the various phases and steps of smart manufacturing? Essentially, we need to do an assessment of where the factory or the plant is at this point of time. So we need to gather requirements. We need to design a fundamental architecture which takes care of the standards that we need to follow, and also the architectural plan that can be deployed. We need to assess deployment costs and then go ahead and deploy a project. And we may have to do multiple pilot projects. We may have to do a multiple pilot projects to determine what we have planned, it works, and then come out with a comprehensive cost estimation and then a full-scale deployment. Now, all these things, while we are working and designing and planning stages, we need to define the success criteria of the project. Right in the planning stage itself, we need to define the speed of adoption. How quickly are we going to? Will it take us 2 months to adopt this? Will it take us 18 months to adopt it? Or will it take us 4 years to adopt it? Usually, a smart manufacturing framework, when it is fully operational and functional, they're talking about anywhere between 18 months to 2 years is a time frame that it takes. We also have to look at from an integration aspect as to how have we been able to achieve the integration desired. And we have to also fundamentally focus on the cost as to what is the benefit. Usually a return on investment of a smart manufacturing initiative, because there are lots of benefits in terms of financial benefits, tangible as well as non-tangible benefits. The return on investments, again, as anywhere between 18 months to 2 years is what has been estimated. Now, having said about all of these, we will have to decide about adopting cloud, DevOps, RPA, AI, hybrid security operations, and that's one aspect of it. But doing it successfully, cost effectively is another aspect. And for that, what do we need to look at? The challenge is that your designers or your management or your departmental heads have to face is there are so many clouds available. Whether we should go with a public cloud or a private cloud, or whether we should have different solutions working on different clouds but still working harmoniously. Or do we need some component of cloud on hybrid? Let's say, for example, AWS Outpost can be used, where some of that components can be hosted locally. We need to decide about that. We also need to assess our cloud readiness, how the applications are ready, how the workloads can be deployed on cloud, about our skills. Do we have enough skills? And the resources that we need, and how the skill sets can be trained to meet and be ready. There are multiple vendors for all of these, so we need to decide about that. And multiple vendors for sensors, multiple vendors for applications, and multiple vendors for cloud platforms, and security, and whole lot of these components. So we need to really decide, make a choice, and that confuses, and that makes the deployment or adoption complex. And of course, we talked about security and how sensitive the data is, and how much and how do we ensure the security policies are adhered to when all of these things are adopted. And then we need to also look at how we meet. There are certain compliance requirements for depending upon different industries, geographically, in different countries have different norms. So how do we ensure that when we do all of this, it meets the compliances? Now, doing it all alone, is that an answer? No, I don't think anyone can do it alone. You need to depend on an experienced cloud services partner. You need to leverage the existing learnings. You need to leverage the existing experience of a partner who has done similar functions and jobs, assignments, or projects in many other similar industries that you belong to. The partners who have a blueprint have a ready-to-use framework and the tools needed, and also the expertise for migration. Ultimately, we need to achieve the desired objectives fast, seamlessly, and cost-effectively. So essentially, whether we call it success mantra or success criterias, we need to ensure that we have high availability of what we are designing. There has to be a smooth integration that should happen. There should not be hurdles for the integration aspects when we use multiple components together. Whether it is sensors or even the applications or even the cloud components or even the security components, we need to ensure that they smoothly integrate with each other. And then there has to be a single ownership, if possible. Even though you may not be able to do it yourself because of limited expertise you may have on the latest technologies, while you will be aware of all your production processes, which will be important and fundamental. But then from a technology standpoint, you need someone who takes the single ownership to be able to help you deploy all of these components end to end. And then you need to have, since all of these will be 24/7 needed to be available, so you need to have trained resources on multiple technologies available 24/7. We talked about how we need to have a predictive approach and preventive approach, and embedded automation and CI/CD as a components that needs to be built in to make our projects meet the requirements that we're planning to achieve. So we'll cover security. Let's say a couple of points. So I picked up this cyber threats in last 2 years has increased 20 times in the manufacturing facilities. Let's say we had, no, this is an irony. 2 weeks back, a $69 million worth of art, single piece of art was sold or bought, a digital piece of art. A $60 million worth of single piece of art is secured enough because it uses blockchain technology and NFT technology, non-fungible tokens, and then it ensures that the person who has invested $69 million on that piece doesn't lose it, doesn't get hacked, doesn't get into the hands of the rogues. So the technology is available. But then this technology has to be adopted in the manufacturing process, particularly looking at the scale at which the manufacturing facilities are seeing cyber threats. Then, so as we start integrating information technology and operational technology, the operational technology essentially talks about in machine interfaces, that the operational machines through sensors, how they communicate with the information technology integration happens. There has to be tools that will monitor and manage security events. And then it's not only enough to be able to monitor the security events. We also need to have agility in responding to these security events. We also need to have proactively well-defined mitigation and preventive strategies to deal with these incidents. And that is what needs to be designed as part of our security framework portfolio. Similarly, now look at analytics, another interesting data point. A mid-sized factory today can generate about 1 terabytes of data every day from all the sensors. Only 1% of data is used. Only 1%. Because we don't have enough tools, or we have not structured, we have not planned. And how do we take the right actions and decisions at the right time? How do we decode all the remaining 99% of the data? These are the huge challenges, and hence when we design and talk about the framework and when we design a solution, we need to ensure that we make the best use of this data. And we need to put analytical tools to be able to make use of the value data that we are otherwise losing every day. So let me give you a few more statistics about the cloud and cloud adoption. 30 to 50% of manufacturers will host their MES on cloud in 3 years. Public's cloud spending in this year is going to be roughly about $26 billion. 53% of the manufacturing organizations have chosen public cloud as their primary strategy. And then the biggest number. Now look at this biggest number. And this is something that I read a few days back. McKinsey has predicted by 2025, total economic impact of IoT within factories will be $3.7 trillion per year. $3,700 billion is going to be the economic impact of IoT within factories. And this is real. And a significant component of the hybrid cloud is going to be in vogue now. By end of this year, we're going to reach about 45% from the level of 19% about a couple of years back. 45% of cloud is going to be on a hybrid model. So we need to have, so going by this, and then now all of this is fueled by COVID globally and also in India. Now, we did an analysis and a few of the things that I have shown here. There are companies, when COVID started and during the COVID period, all the companies, particularly the new age startup kind of companies, which were hosted in cloud, enjoyed the maximum benefit through their ramp up and ramp down during COVID, because they would pay only for the resources they would use. So they would ramp up and down depending upon how the workloads they faced. Another kind of companies which had invested their in-house infrastructure have planned are moving in droves to embrace cloud now. For them, the risks are least because their infrastructure is up for renewal. But then the challenge is for those, the biggest impact that was faced by the companies which invested 1 or 2 years back on their in-house infrastructure. So I would look at them, they should look out for buyback or even colo plus managed services options offered by controllers, either of them. Because we cannot wait for few years to move to a smart manufacturing. Okay, so having covered what we are having a situation, the ecosystem, or what the technology has taken us to, let me look at how what is needed and how Cloud4C can become a partner of your choice to enable your smart transformation. So this is where in one slide summarizes many components of what we talked. Now, if you look at multiple clouds, your Controllers Cloud4C is a very unique organization in India, having capabilities and strong capabilities at that in being able to offer any kind of a cloud. So there are multiple clouds available, whether it is Azure, AWS, Google, Oracle, or even a public cloud from Controllers Cloud4C. There could be multiple applications and multiple tools that may be needed, and which will, some of those may run best on AWS and others may run best on Azure, and some of them may be on hybrid. So all of this have to be, so you cannot have a partner in your future technology or transformation journey who is not having capabilities on all of these. because you never know what kind of sensors will come, which will be best used on what platform. So Control-S plays a very, very key, crucial role, being able to offer all of these. We have huge expertise, more than 2,000 cloud experts, having most of them certified on many of these technologies. And our partnership with these organizations are the most advanced partnerships, if you can see on these slides. Our partnership with SAP particularly. SAP, in many of the, at least about 70% of Indian, 70 to 80% of Indian manufacturing companies use SAP. And our Control-S Cloud 4C partnership with SAP is known to all, is very strong. And offering those SAP environments on hyperscaler cloud or multi-cloud options is something that is the expertise that we have. And we have offered these to 4,000 enterprises worldwide, out of 25 countries. Okay, so some of the other statistics. So if you look at top 3 banks out of 5 are hosted with Control-S. Top 2 global car manufacturers, media companies, top 2 media companies, top pharma companies, financial services companies. 60 of the Fortune 500 companies are our customers today. That itself clearly talks about Control-S Cloud 4C capabilities. So let me share also Cloud 4C journey. Cloud 4C is a company of the Control-S, and we started Cloud 4C in 2014. 2015 was a major milestone that we achieved when we partnered with SAP, and our relationship with SAP continues to grow leaps and bounds every year, and with about hundreds of SAP customers being managed by and supported by us end-to-end across the globe. And then we offered Azure in 2017, AWS in 2018, and then finally, we even last year started our dedicated manufacturing practice. And I'm talking about dedicated manufacturing practice in terms of providing dedicated services to the manufacturing industry. The capabilities that we have is in terms of offering integrated solutions on SAP, application managed services, robotic process automation, or even implementations services in few of the industry verticals on a hybrid cloud environment. Some of the global clients, and you will see who's who of some of the top companies globally. If you look at electronics and manufacturing, Panasonic and Samsung and Welspun, and these are many of these, most of these are Indian as well as global companies. And these are just few of them. And if you look at automotive companies, there are many, many more than these, and all other verticals, whether it's banking and healthcare and pharma, and many of these. I think a couple of these are repeated here. Electronics and manufacturing, automotive are repeated in both the. Yeah, no, I think this is a repetition slide. It looks like. I think this is a repetition slide. Looks like. Yeah. Okay. This is the one. Okay. So we have in all other verticals, even including even in some of the large government projects are being run in Control-S. Entire Mumbai Municipal Corporation, which has roughly about 40,000 crores of budget, runs entirely on Control-S, end-to-end, the entire services of managing their entire infrastructure, cloud management of their entire SAP setup, and also all other applications is completely managed 24/7 by Control S for many years now. We talked about some of these. We talked about our capabilities and credentials that we have with Azure, AWS, Google, and then the kind of service certifications that we have with SAP, whether it is hosting services or cloud services or DevOps services on SAP, or SAP HANA operations and application managed services. All of these are certified by SAP. We run nearly 600 plus SAP services today for some of the global customers, very large enterprise customers. And this talks about our global footprint. All the continents, Europe, North America, South America, Australia, Asia Pacific. And the best part is the beauty and the advantage that our customers get is that we are able to provide cloud environments which meet the local in-country compliances, which means essentially that when any of our customers want to host their infrastructure in any of these countries, they don't need to worry about the local government compliances because we take care of that. And our capabilities of subject matter experts skilled globally in many of these locations provide local support and engagements with your counterparts in those countries. Finally, let's look at, we're talking about end-to-end migration, modernization, and integration through automated managed services for complex mission-critical applications on any cloud. This slide essentially summarizes what Control S Cloud 4C capabilities are. We'll also talk about some of the differentiators. So if you see this chart, this talks about on the top right, you will see some of our traditional SIs, large SIs, IT service providers like Infosys, TCS, Wipro, TechM. On the lower end of the spectrum, so you'll see smaller MSPs. Cloud 4C plays a niche in between. We provide the agility of a startup, small organization, and we have the tenacity and the robustness of what a large enterprise SI or IT service provider can provide. With our COEs, Center of Excellence in most of the technology areas, and our lean and flexible approach to engaging and providing services and solutions in collaboration and partnership with our vendors, with our ISV ecosystem partners on a recurring pricing model, which is growth oriented, and on a pay-as-you-go outcome-based pricing. So this is another way of looking at it, the approach. When we look at how do we adopt cloud, the approach to cloud, how do we use DevOps, SecOps, after assessment and planning a cloud, and how do we go about migrations? How do we use automation in our entire cloud deployment and delivery when it comes to providing services for day-to-day upgrades, requirements, new requirements, and integration aspects, how we use DevOps, AIOps, and all of these components to facilitate, how we use CI/CD across all platforms, and how we use embedded automation capabilities. And all of these services are provided 24/7. We, through our own NOC and SOC, using our ITIL framework and with COEs in all the technologies. This is next generation managed services in the true sense. This is another view of how we differentiate ourselves from what others can provide. So if you look at the application managed services, we have partnerships and engagements with, say, SAP, Microsoft, UiPath, Citrix, and many others. So some of them have been listed here. Now, if you look at on the right side of the chart, you will see a normal enterprise managed services is the components that get delivered. There are a lot of service providers today who provide services, cloud consulting and migration, managed services, business continuity, and a lot of other things. How we differentiate is because we offer advanced managed services. We offer DevOps as a service. We offer managed security through a RPA process. We talk about app and data modernization services. We talk about S/4HANA migration services. We talk about regulatory compliance as a service and multi-cloud platform as a service. Okay, so all of this would make real sense for you once when you look at what our customers, how our customers have benefited. Panasonic is a global appliances company headquartered in Japan. Our journey with them started way back about 6 or 7 years back. They started with a very small workload for about 4 VMs or so out of their India, Delhi operations. And today we have more than 2,000 concurrent users operating the platform from multiple locations. We migrated the entire SAP environment of Panasonic from their Dubai facility, where they were servicing their Africa geography as well. We migrated seamlessly 3 years back their entire data center from Dubai to Mumbai, and had a DR in Hyderabad. Entire Turkey, entire Indonesia, and entire South Africa, and of course India subcontinent. All of those regions operate out of controllerless data centers. The entire SAP landscape, entire application landscape that they are using, and I think there is a correction required. We're talking about 99.95%, not 95.95. I think that's a typo error there. So we're providing 99.95% availability. And there are lots of conversations going on how we can work on their digital transformations on the shop floor. We have one more case study from Crescent Petroleum. This is a customer headquartered in Middle East. Again, here it's corrected. 99 point uptime is what we offer to them. Delivered the project in 6 weeks. Go live, and we had zero data loss, no impact on business continuity. End-to-end SAP services on Azure delivered to multi-skilled COEs. So finally, let me come to my last slide, or the end of my presentation. Are you listening? This is a quote which I read somewhere, and I thought I liked it, and I thought, let me put it here. Are you listening? Your machines are trying to speak to you. So make the right move with us. Reach out for a transformative journey in cloud. Contact details are provided here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashwini Cole, for wonderful session that was so powerful, all about cloud in manufacturing. And we have Mr. Ashwin Cole. Let me remove my spotlight so that everyone can have a look. Hi, sir. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me ask you, how are you? You're doing great?
Yes, doing well. Yes, thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Let me check. I request all audience to please fire the question. We have Mr. Speaker here. Please click on the center button, ask a question, and please write down your question. Let me take it to the speaker. So I'm just checking the speaker section, the question answer section, and people are just trying to type the questions. You can also use the chat section. I'm okay to read from it. I request everyone to please click on the ask question, and let's go for the question. Yes. Okay, I'm just waiting for questions, guys. Come on. Yes, so we have Chandra Vandan Kavade. And the question is it possible to build machines which can self-troubleshoot problems and indicate to operators so that the time spent on diagnosis can be reduced?
If I should respond to that, I think that's definitely possible. And well, that is what today's machinery manufacturing companies are working on, and they will come out. But then the challenge is not about only getting the new machines. The new machines may be able to have those capabilities, but the challenge is how do we get the existing setup capable to be able to deliver the same experience what you are looking for. And that is where we need to retrofit the sensors within your existing. So there are huge plants and manufacturing capacities. So we cannot replace that. It's practically impossible for a company to replace because of kind of investments. So the key is how do we retrofit the sensors? Well, all of this. Another aspect of when we get machines pre-fitted is also a challenge in the sense that you have to ensure that these machines work together. They can integrate with your framework, your technology framework. So it all would end up in terms of what would you buy a machine the way you are buying now and design a framework and provide the retrofitting arrangement the way you want it, so that your retrofit, your sensing devices, your data coming into your engine, which is analyzing the data, can be. Otherwise, there will be challenges. So you may have to balance it. At the end of the day, it is a call that the designers or people who procure those new machines have to make in terms of whether the new machines fit into your strategy.
All right. So thank you so much for your time. That was the only one question we had. I request everyone, if you have further questions, please type in the ask question and Mr. Speaker will take it offline and we'll be happy to take it. Thank you so much for your time, Ashwin Cole. Any last message you want to say?
Thank you, everybody. All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next one. I like to request one thing. It's an humble request. Those who are watching and enjoying this session, it's not about only this live session here. We have a virtual booth as well. And if you are still in doubt how to go to virtual booth, let me quickly explain you, give you a quick demo so that it will be more clear to you. Just watch my screen. Okay, I'm going to explain you. If you're in lobby, just go to lobby. And do you see their way to exhibit area? You just have to click on the way to exhibit area. The moment you click on way to exhibit area, let me tell you, you can see the booth of Siemens, you can see the Infor, you can see the Cloud4C, and if I right click on it, there is a networking launch as well. So what you have to do is go to the exhibition booths and you just suppose click on any one of booth, try to interact with the representatives, because if you see down, there are many options. Like you can download the vouchers, you can download the visiting card, you can exchange the visiting cards, you can send an inquiry, you can visit the website, you can click on the chat, you can have a video chat, you can have a WhatsApp chat, and you can watch the rest of the videos. So, in humble request, ladies and gentlemen, please don't miss this wonderful opportunity of networking, getting knowledge, absorbing knowledge. It's not only of this conference hall. You can go to the lobby, you can go to the network launch, you can go to exhibition area, try to explore all the booths, click on wherever you can click, try to get maximum information. This is what we want. So I request everyone, please don't miss out this opportunity. Go to exhibition booth, try to absorb the knowledge, talk to the virtual booth representative, and experience the NIV technology and get the knowledge. I hope everyone will do it. We are the representatives of exhibition booth. They are waiting for you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to the next one. The next session we have, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Again, Industry 4.0 with IoT and AR. Interesting topic. And to speak on the topic, we have Head IoT AR Business India from PTC. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this session. This will be an eye-opener. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. We are going through difficult times, different times these days. And digital transformation, something that is touted as the fourth industrial revolution, is now gaining pace and gaining acceptance in terms of adoption of industrial IoT and also augmented reality on the factory shop floor as well as other aspects of every business. I'm Raj Kiran. I'm looking to tell you what I know about the digital transformation journey that a lot of the enterprises are taking up these days with PTC technologies and even otherwise. But I'm going to tell you about how we help customers do this in now as well as in the past 36 years. From a CAD PLM background, we've been helping manufacturers improve their factory efficiency, their processes with designing technology, with product lifecycle technology. And in the past 6 years, we've been doing this with industrial IoT as well as Vuforia to improve particularly workforce productivity in training and service. I look to share my screen right now. Please let me know, organizers, if it is visible. So the theme for today is about Industry 4.0, not just with IoT, which is something that everybody is very familiar with, but also with augmented reality and mixed reality, terms that you must have heard the industry use. Let me go a couple of steps back into what the enterprise or what the factory generally has as resources to perform tasks for them. Traditionally, there have been the machines, and the machines' advantages have been the physical power, the consistency, the resistance to harsh environments. They can do things without getting tired for long periods of time, etc. The human advantages have been the ideation, the creativity, the way in which they can sense patterns which are complex, as well as complex communication can be performed, and sensory motor skills. They can see something, sense something, and then do something with their arm or hand or legs immediately, right? So that's sensory motor skills. What has been the new advent in the past 30 years in enterprises has been the digital advantages that cloud and computing and infrastructure, generally IT infrastructure, is brought up. And that's powers of being able to calculate fast and artificial intelligence and data processing and all of that. Now, all three are extremely relevant in the market today. And there is the way in which we can bring in the advantages of compute power, which is digital twin, analytics, etc., into products. And that's what we have as the smart connected products. When you start smartifying them with sensors and so on, what does that help with? Getting sensor data from the product into the cloud, and then methods to control and optimize the product through the cloud, through compute power. On the other side, we also have the computer vision technologies which have evolved in the past 2 decades to see and visualize a product in front of you and get experiences from it. And the augmented reality technologies that are quite mature today have its advent in computer vision. Now, how does IoT and AR work together? It is by being able to use the data that the machine has sent to the cloud, use them for interacting with that machine, visualizing that machine, etc., and giving instructions and guidances for that. Okay? So you can look at a machine through a mobile phone. What does this create? This brings about smart and connected people. And that eventually is the ultimate goal of any digitalization or digital transformation journey, where people have to be empowered with technology. Now, that makes it a triangle of smart connected products with IoT, smart connected processes as a result of being able to do things better, but also smart connected humans now will be able to learn and service better. So I'll get into the aspects of IoT first during the course of this conversation. First, digital transformation. I'll talk about IoT after that. And then I'll get into the AR aspects of what Vuforia and PTC have been doing for the market and what's been relevant for various industries. Talking about digital transformation, it is something that you all must have heard of as buzzwords in the market. What does it really mean? It means you're fundamentally redefining how business is done, how work is done within an enterprise. And a totally well done digital transformation project will have impact across various different departments within an organization. So at the very highest level, at the corporate level, the CXO probably wants to see exactly how his major 3 aspects, products, people, and processes are functioning at any given point in time. And he needs to have total visibility, real-time information coming his way, and even metrics and analytics suggestions coming his way so that he can take informed decisions about everything within the enterprise. On the engineering side, it's about designing a product better, people collaborating who are in different parts of the world, collaborating together virtually, as well as rolling out a product in quick time. On the sales and marketing side, it's about being able to demonstrate a product which is not there, but virtually recreate the experience with the use of augmented reality technology as well, to be able to go out and demonstrate a complex equipment in front of somebody. For example, in India, there's so many far-flung areas that you probably can't take complex equipment to. How do you visualize? How do you help a customer see what he's looking at? And that makes sure that sales and marketing is made easier. Manufacturing, smart manufacturing is going to be the focus of this presentation and the topic of discussion here mainly. And this is about cost reductions, about doing plant optimization in terms of reducing downtime of assets, improving their efficiencies, etc. Customer operations and customer service are the other 2 aspects which are also significantly enhanced with digital transformation technologies, where customers know how to operate a product now better, easier, and they're given targeted instructions. And customer services, how when something fails, how do you fix it efficiently, either remotely or with the help of the customer, or by going to the customer minimal number of times. This is the ISA 95 model is a factory situation that most of you know. It's a factory model that most of you know, and maybe the various levels that are involved of the various systems that are involved in a factory to run the factory. At the lowest level is a PLCs and HMI SCADA. These 2 are there pretty typically in most factories at with some degree of maturity. But the MES systems, for example, a lot of factories have them, a lot of them don't. And then you've got the ERP systems. What has been the challenges for a lot of enterprises have been that all of these have been installed organically, and therefore it's siloed pretty much. It's data from each of these levels have been independent of each other. There's not been an integration of all of these levels of this ISA 95 model, which is different aspects of the ERP data probably is completely independent of what the SCADA or the human machine interface actually accesses. So and then they are out of date, and then you're not being able to do reactive maintenance pretty well because of this fact that there's no 360-degree view of the entire data reservoir, right? And then therefore there's a lack of flexibility, there's a lack of understanding across various different personas, and you're stuck to a certain way of looking at the data. You probably don't have different people within the enterprise looking at data the way they want to look at it. They're not having their own specific dashboards. That is what is really solved by an industrial IoT platform. An industrial IoT platform can wrap around most of these, all of these layers of the system, and provide you the extension required to be able to create a connected enterprise with real-time information from all aspects of this, as well as create something that's role-based across various different personas, as well as have predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, something you could never do before because you didn't have all aspects of data coming in. And then, of course, to have mobile applications as well, because a lot of people within the organization may just want to look at their mobile to know what's happening in the enterprise and how to do that better. And that's what an IoT platform does generically. ThingWorx does that brilliantly as well. Coming to ThingWorx, what is it that is really the technology behind it, and why does ThingWorx stand out? We've been in the Gartner's visionary quadrant for multiple years now, and in the most recent one as well, there's a leadership position that we've got. What is the technology there? I'll just go into it for a couple of minutes so that it's just clear as to where we stress on what are the areas that we think should constitute an ideal IoT platform. The first is, and please look at the green band here, the first word is source. Sourcing data from various different devices, business systems, clouds, which you already have in your enterprise. You probably are subscribed already to some cloud subscriptions, and you shouldn't have to extract data from different systems again. And then the business and IT systems, you might have CRM systems, ERP systems, and how do you now integrate all of them and get the data into the center first, into the heart of the platform first? That is source. And this is only the first step. We do have a lot of companies do stress on sourcing data, and that's pretty much all they do, but we believe that's only one aspect of it, because the IoT journey entails a lot of other things. So now we've got all the data. Contextualization is about creating what is called the digital twin, typically, or to accurately replicate the physical world in the digital format. Okay, and that we do by means of what is called the digital. It's an object-oriented model. It's called the Thing model, based on which we can replicate the physical world into digital format. Synthesize is where analytics, machine learning, AI comes in, and we've got methods to do that centrally. Orchestrate is about talking to various different business systems to change the business processes within an organization to look at what it is right now, create a flow chart of what it should be for future. That visualization needs to be done perfectly for someone looking to change the business process within the organization. And Engage is about creating applications in quick time. The business user should be able to actually create dashboards at will, fast. And that's what is enabled with Engage. And of course, augmented reality experiences, which I'm going to focus on in the second part of this presentation, is also extremely important. So that ties into the whole aspect of this. A lot of companies want to get into solutions straight away. They don't want to do do work just with the ThingWorx platform and build those applications. So we've got a few out-of-the-box solutions that we offer to the market as well. The first of them being enterprise operational intelligence, where you can have real-time visibility to the operations on the floor, do basic OEE calculations, and put in some production KPIs and just see how you're performing, how you're doing against the benchmarks. The other is about asset efficiency. It's about real-time monitoring, diagnosis, about prescriptive maintenance, and a lot of the analytics and the insights will come into it. These are some of the logos, by the way, of companies that have implemented our technology, but we cater to the big and the small equally. So these are typically large companies because they've started early, they were visionaries, innovators really with our technology, but we cater to the entire spectrum. Digital workforce productivity is the other aspect. How do people perform better? One, with IoT, with the benefit of insights and analytics in front of them, but would also augmented reality, where they can train themselves better, enable themselves better, and of course service machines better. And that significantly we see has had improvements with people performing a lot better and generally making their lives easier as well. Scalable production management is typically for process-focused process industries, process manufacturing, but also for discrete. But this is about creating effective planning procedures and to reduce cost of inventory and improve quality to accelerate the time to market. So all the aspects taken care of: people, products, process, and a dashboard view of the entire enterprise. Here are the benefits. I won't go too much into these, but these are the benefits. This is with an automotive tier 1 customer. The operational costs were reduced by this range of numbers. It is depending on how many use cases, what's the kind of implementation that's done early. We see this kind of benefits, and their capex reduced by 2 to 15%. Their OE reduced by up to this amount, and their energy costs, something that a lot of companies start with as an initial high value use case, was reduced in this kind of ranges. Digital workforce productivity, I talked about augmented reality coming into play here as well. Operators are this much more productive, 5 to 60% more productive if they use our technologies. Scrap levels go down because of the quality with which they do their work now. The changeover time improves because of them being able to see a product in front of them and the process in front of them, the operating procedure that is. And therefore you build an agile and flexible workforce. The other is about asset optimization, unplanned downtime, big savings immediately, capex reductions, OEE improvements, etc. And then, of course, on the scalable production management side, how do you reduce the inventory and production time wastage, and process planning? How can that be improved with AI, which is part of our integrated platform, etc. I'll show you a couple of videos now. One is with Flowserve, this huge pump manufacturer, and how analytics came into play. You'll see a little bit of the dashboards. This is the Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Edgeline servers that's very complementary to our technology on the hardware side. And this is a pump, and that's how the operation is done. And now you'll see when the flow, to detect the amount of flow there and to see the different parameters, how the dashboard shows them the kind of pressure, whether that's anomalous, which is now marked here in red, for example, and what's the overall efficiency of this. So this is an example of the mean time to failure, for example, or the days now to failure is shown here, and that's coming from analytics models which have been there. And when you look at it through your tablet, you will see the vital statistics of that machine, of that pump in this case, to see how the various parameters are functioning. In green, in red. Red is where some action needs to be taken. So imagine a plant manager or an operator going and looking at this machine and identifying that there's an issue which comes from the IoT side. and for him to be able to see this quite normally and then take action immediately. Okay, and this is using a tablet, but you can also use the wearable devices to get the same kind of information if he wants to have his hands free. Let me move to the next. Yeah, and this is an example of how a dashboard will look. This is one of our best interfaces that's created for a large cosmetic company in Europe. And you see how the vital statistics, again, the OEE statistics, the performance, availability, quality parameters are monitored on a real-time basis of the various lines that are there here, the wipe stand line, the bottle positioner line, etc. And how you can have instructions given or scheduling instructions given to create a number of machines. When there's an order, you can key in, as you will see now, each of them. And this on the left side shows you the utilization of each machine, as well as the wipe stand and the bottle positioning. What is the scrap levels, etc. is very easily identifiable for you. Therein comes the scheduling I was talking about. You want to schedule a certain number of anti-dandruff shampoo bottles, and you do the scheduling there, and then that's actuated on the main line. Right, so I'll come to the aspect of augmented reality. The deluge of data. Data is the new oil. It's a blast of data that's coming, and humans learn a hell lot faster when they see things ahead of them, right in front of them. Videos are far better for learning now than images, and picture speaks 1,000 words. So you see the kind of improvement we'll have in our learning ability when we see experiences or videos in front of us. And augmented reality is based on that fundamental. Therefore, here we will, the market trends that are driving industrial disruption are mainly worker shortage, skilled worker shortage really, because the technology world is changing so rapidly and people need to de-skill or reskill themselves, de-skill and learn. And there are some risk and cost pressures. You know, if you talk to IT departments, they want to bring down IT costs, bring down general costs within the organization. And then there is this massive digital disruption that's happening. And companies that don't adopt new technologies are going to perish, is the projection by Fortune 500 in the next 10 years, right? So breaking down the skills gap, how do we manage that? There's a high cost of training, which we know how generic training is within organizations. How do you now make it more focused for the specific job that the employee is going to perform? Aging and retiring workforce, so much churn, particularly in the Indian scenario where attrition is so high. How do you now make sure that the knowledge that an employee that's leaving the organization actually leaves effectively for new joinees to learn? Therefore, challenges with traditional training methods, out of date, paper-based instructions, and generally there is a new wave negative perception about industrial work. It's not considered to be cool, and therefore a lot of youngsters are not joining this. That, with the help of augmented reality, for example, is going to change. VR really unlocks value across the value chain. You saw this digital transformation slide that impacts various different areas. And AR brings additional value beyond what you would generically see from IoT. And I'll go into some of the videos for you here. And the videos will be in this area. You can do remote expert assistance. You can do knowledge transfer for the retiring workforce. You can visualize a product before it is built for you to be able to make design changes more effectively with reducing scrap value. You won't exhaust inventory in trial and error. Product demonstration, like I said, in sales and marketing, it's very important that you can show or demonstrate a product to a potential customer out in the field without actually taking that machine there. And then in manufacturing, work instructions, how quickly are you able to give them instructions that senses that step one is done and now move to step two, and so on and so forth. Factory operations oversight, you walk across the factory, you are monitoring the vital statistics of every single machine and see how it's generally performing. Operations is about how you operate a complex equipment in front of you, right? And that enables maintenance procedures. It enables how you service that if there's a failure, because small instructions can be given to the customer, what's called customer self-service. It can be given directly. So I'll get into a couple of videos here, and I hope this is visible to everybody. And yeah, this is about operating a complex equipment in front of you with Vuforia Expert Capture. This man has been working with that machine for 26 years in the organization. Now he wants to show and train others, or just capture his knowledge for others to see on how to operate it. So you can see the annotations, you can see with the hands-free wearable that he's wearing, on how he can capture it and document the operating procedure for that machine. And these are the wearable devices, or the devices with which you can access the technology. And now a new joinee comes on board. The knowledge needs to be transferred to her. She follows the procedure that has been annotated by the person who was just leaving, and she gets the indications. Okay, and she gets a caution about what to do. So she learns on the job. Imagine how much training time is saved. And if she does this a few times, she becomes an expert of it, instead of classroom looking at a paper-based instruction. Marketing and sales, some of you would have already seen this. This is quite a popular use case. This is by IKEA to visualize furniture. One second. To visualize furniture inside their room, for example, and to see how it will look in the background of their office, in the background of their room. I'll move to remote expert support here. This is collaboration and assistance tool called Vuforia Chalk, with which we can, an expert technician in another part of the world can actually instruct and help a frontline worker on how to operate a product, what button to press. Whatever he annotates on the screen is actually visible to the person at the other end. Hugely powerful, and in the times of COVID, extreme acceptance from the market. Okay, very simplistic, but very powerful. And then I talked about customer self-service earlier. This is somebody who's in front of a blood analyzer equipment. It can be a doctor or a lab technician who just has to do a maintenance procedure, or if something's failed, and it gives them instructions on what to change, what to unscrew, what to pull out, and so he's standing in front of a physical machine and seeing this, and it's uniquely identified by that thing mark, what we call the thing mark there, and he's getting the instructions on what to do with maintenance. And this is the power of IoT and AR together, something we've done with Howden. And he goes into a factory wearing his HoloLens. And this is how it's authored. This is how the experience, the CAD model is imported and the experience is created. The maintenance person goes in front of a machine. He gets all vital statistics and parameters from the IoT platform, which is also connected to augmented reality, like I mentioned. And then he gets alerts as to what to do. And he gets the statistics based on which he looks at the red aspects, and then he just acts on that and how to change the maintenance procedures, how to change the aspects of the machine. Where is AR adopted in different, it's majorly in manufacturing and in service and support. That's the widespread adoption that we find. Other areas are picking up as well. And it's really flat across various different areas. Product development as well as doing that hugely nowadays, particularly. Marketing and sales as well, to sell a product to a distant person without meeting the person, etc. is happening hugely. In manufacturing and service specifically, what are the main use cases? What are the benefits? The value drivers, what do they want to really achieve? They want to really achieve reduced unscheduled downtime, for example, in manufacturing, lowering the scrap and rework, reducing compliance, etc. On the service side, it's about reducing mean time to repair, increasing attach rates, and so on. We follow a very structured approach in calculating the value that AR brings to the enterprise, and we actually look at what the key business goals are of the enterprise, and then look at their current state, and then see where the value can be created. And we look to see what percentage of improvement from the experience we've got over 5-6 years of companies telling us how much it has improved. Bring in these percentages and therefore derive the exact value that it brings to you. And then that can be used as a business case justification for your spend in future as well. That's something that we're able to do. And different companies derive different types of values depending on the size of the company, but the percentages pretty much we see are consistent and in a band. That's pretty much all I had for today. If there are questions, you can reach out to me to Entrain, and you can, we'll be happy to answer them and engage with you for your specific business. Right, so thank you everybody. I hope that presentation was of some value to all of you. I think, like I was saying earlier, this is the fourth industrial revolution. There needs to be a focused approach towards adopting this technology. We all know the third industrial revolution was the internet, and now we can't live without the internet. Similar is going to be the trend with the fourth industrial revolution with IoT and AR technologies. So look at what the benefits of this is going to be, and please engage with us if you think there is a fit for your organization with our technologies. Thank you very much for being a good audience and for listening to us. Thank you.
That was absolutely wonderful, superb, wonderful insight about the IoT and AR technology, and see where the world is moving. And we got to know in Smart Manufacturing Summit, we got to know much knowledge. This is a pure gold. If you feel so, this is pure gold, please type gold in the comment section, in the chat section. And it's a humble request to everyone, if you are not visited the exhibition booth, please proceed and interact with the exhibition booth executive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead. Now it's time to go ahead and let me call upon the speaker. Till then, I'll just wait for 30 seconds for your comments. Please type, everyone, if you're finding this pure gold. I'll be happy to know. Everyone, please type in the comment section that what you're feeling about this wonderful summit. If you're enjoying it, it's a knowledgeful, please type in the comment section. We'll be happy to hear it from you, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget to visit the exhibition booth if you have just joined. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call upon the next speaker. The next speaker, the topic is projects and learnings. Set up your manufacturing digital transformation journey for success. And to speak on the topic, we have founder and subject matter expert, supply chain planning and manufacturing execution systems, SNCS Solutions, Mr. Nikhil Kumar Joshi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nikhil Joshi, and I'm the founder of SNIC Solutions and subject matter expert in digital transformation in manufacturing operations and supply chain. We as a company, SNIC Solutions, are a software company and a Siemens technology partner, delivering digital transformation in manufacturing by solving complex operational and supply chain problems. Today, I will be sharing our experience from the digitalization projects we've been doing in the manufacturing operations management space. And I thank each one of you to give your time, especially during these uncertain times. Let's get started. When we talk to manufacturers today, we are seeing three types of challenges in manufacturing operations digitalization. Cultural challenge. A large part of manufacturers are still hesitant in transforming, and the fact that you're here attending this conference shows that you're not waiting for something magical to happen. Consensus challenge. Irrespective of the type of manufacturing industry, when we speak to C-level, mid-level executives in manufacturing, we see that biggest challenge or hurdle to manufacturing operations digitalization is internal consensus. For some time, it was our understanding that we as a software and a systems vendor did not do enough on the problems at hand. we realized later that the consensus issue has not been on the challenges being faced, but more on the solution to be adopted to solve the same problem. To improve on-time delivery, for example, if you ask the salesperson or the sales team how to improve on-time delivery, the sales team would always vouch for production to speed up manufacturing. And if you ask the same question to the production team, they would always ask the sales team on how certain they are about the 12-month forecast. You see the consensus challenge. The third is what we are seeing when we talk to manufacturers is the speed challenge. We're seeing that there's no one way of doing maturity of people, the skill set, maturity of the system integrator, the capability of the software. All these are variables which impact how quickly a company can adopt digital transformation. As I go forward, what I am going to be doing today is we are going to be sharing some of our experience in digital transformation of manufacturing operations. And we will be showing you from some of our projects how many of our customers started off their digital transformation journey. So if I give you a small landscape, most manufacturers today have some sort of machines, some sort of workstations, etc. And essentially, you're already doing some sort of data acquisition, historian, and let's call this basically as the automation projects that you do. But these are not IoT or MES projects. If you put a layer of manufacturing analytics and control, then these become IoT projects. If I start looking at production management, inventory, regulation and compliance management, or laboratory management, or quality management, all these aspects come under MES. Another layer, which are like extensions to these digital transformation technologies, is batch or lot creation. So I could get a production order from an ERP, but how do I break it actually to lots or batches in the way they are moved in my shop floor or my plant? Am I sequencing and scheduling them basically correctly? And these become advanced planning and scheduling extensions. Now, if you see this entire lot has to be integrated with our existing enterprise business applications, whether it is our ERP, whether it is our supply chain planning systems, or just enterprise business applications in general. And all these that you see on the left have a relation to manufacturing operations management projects that you see on the right. And intelligence or intelligent analytics sort of today is falling on top of it. So the question arises that what do I do? Do I do each project in silo? Do I do everything together? And what we are going to be doing today is looking at examples from the manufacturing operations management space and learn that what are some of the best practices in executing the digital transformation journey. But let's take a step for a moment back and see that what if we did not do anything? More like, what if people were not ready to do this? Manufacturing digitalization is a big opportunity, but there is a cost of no action. We are seeing as we go and visit so many manufacturing facilities, no action is leading to lost opportunities to serve existing customers or attract new business and scale. We're seeing from the many annual reports that we read that it's typically a sub-optimized top-line revenue growth. Employees are already reading a lot about digital transformation, and the fact that not much is being done within the company is leading to saying that, hey, do I really have a career path in this organization for the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years? Can I retire in this company? These are questions being asked from the employee side. And obviously, as digital transformation skills are different, are you basically the front runner so that you could get the right skill set and the right employees with the right skill set, or you might end up finding it very difficult to hire employees that may really not be comfortable with working with dated legacy systems. We are also seeing limited action. So limited action is leading to two big challenges. Either management, especially finance department, is looking at insignificant results, wherein the perception is being built up that, hey, does this really even work? Or is this just a new management philosophy in the market, that is just up for grabs? Operational inefficiencies continue for a lot, especially with increasing demand certainty in today's time. Finally, what if you have wrong action? What if you selected the wrong place to start? Your business problem was more on the operations side, but you just went ahead and automated more of your indirect departments, whether it is customer relationship or finance. How would these wrong actions basically give an impact on manufacturing? It's pretty much straightforward, where we're seeing poor ROI, inability to visualize any impact. But the biggest challenge that we are seeing is that it's then very difficult to upskill or reskill the larger workforce due to the unavailability of the impact. So let's look at some examples of digital transformation and some of the projects that we've been doing. So this is an example of a food manufacturing company where the problem statement or the challenge with the company was capacity utilization. Because of the increasing product variants, the challenge was that how do I reduce the number of changeovers for effective capacity utilization and avoiding delays. Now, if you see, to solve this problem, and if you connect this to the consensus challenge that I was speaking about, internally, there are multiple options. I could either expand my facility by bringing in more CapEx. There was also an option to change the ERP, because here to reduce changeovers, the existing ERP did not have any features that would help them. And then the third option was integrating a scheduling software with the existing ERP. And when we looked at some of the implementation hurdles for success, one of the challenges was data quality in the ERP. The company had routings, the company had bill of materials, but it did not necessarily have the right cycle times. There was a lot of tribal knowledge in the minds of production, PPC, sales, purchase, and all were sort of working in their own silos, having their own spreadsheets. I'm sure for a lot of you watching this may sound very familiar. There was also data dependency on the laboratory, whether it is recipes, whether it is new product formulations. All this data was actually not being maintained by the production team, but it was being maintained by chemists and formulation specialists in the lab. So when you look at this entire challenge, the company basically realized that we have a lot to do on our end, but we can't do it in isolation. And this was one of the steps that our options, they were thinking that what if I just go ahead and clean up all my data first and then go and adopt technology. It's a very painful exercise when you do something like this in isolation. This is where the company decided that they will do a detailed scheduling implementation and a laboratory information management system implementation, but in a phased approach, where the idea is not to go big bang and get some KPI savings right in the first phase, but more so to bring visibility, bring data quality up to speed by using these technologies, because all these technologies are very visual in nature. And this is how they were able to bring consensus to start the digital transformation journey. Another example is of one of our customers who's into flexible printing. Flexible printing, as you know, is very high volume as well as high mix, and any machine downtime, is disastrous on the amount of throughput losses that you could have. But the other challenge that also we are seeing a lot of such industries face is that is with operator productivity. So operator productivity is that if you have a lot of paper moving in the facility against machines where you're logging a lot of data, all those logs considerably take a lot of time, and at the end of the day, it impacts operator productivity. So what were the options here? The options were low-cost automation and lean principles, or lean projects, and the other one was that purchase highly automated machines, which could give all that data automatically. And the third option was, why don't we go in for an MES implementation or a manufacturing execution system implementation? But what were the implementation hurdles? One was that if you have to do these kind of projects, there has to be people maturity. And by what I mean by this is that if you want to convert paper and if you want to remove paper basically into a digital solution, is everybody equipped with the knowledge to transfer whatever is on the paper in terms of how it is required in a system? Unavailable automation tags from a PLC. If you're going to do an MES implementation, all my sensors, PLCs, do they have the right automation tags, or half of them are they missing, which could jeopardize an MES implementation? What about legacy machines, which don't have any data capturing? Are you ready to have people enter manually on screens, or can we have barcode systems? So these were some points basically that were to be thought in order to really gain consensus within the factory. So MES implementation focused on OEE and just order management. As you saw, you could do so many things in an MES, but the company just picked OEE and order management and just on pilot machines because they could see that we first need to cross the hurdle of people maturity. And in parallel, they also started machine connectivity upgrade or replacement projects where they started identifying that, hey, what tags are missing? What automations do we need to do? Do we have any machines which is just not going to allow our company and a manufacturing facility as a whole to be able to digitally transform? So this is a second example. The third example is what we are seeing in the market is you're coming up with a new plant, you're entirely trying to digitalize from day one. And the challenge with this tire manufacturing company was that we wanted traceability and visibility from day one. And the existing options was just upgrade the existing ERP with add-ons. There were a lot of customizations that were built over time, over the years around the ERP. So just upgrade, or just go only for automation and analytics. So more like a modern day SCADA system or an IoT based system, or you do a massive ERP, MES, APS, plus automation, digital transformation. So obviously management wanted this facility to as a benchmark. And they said that we'd like to go for the ERP, MES, APS, plus automation solution. But care was taken that there was a project management office to coordinate with multiple stakeholders. There was people maturity and digitalization skills workshops were held to ensure that such a massive project does not fail just because internally people do not know how to give their requirements. And if I go basically to the last example, this is another example which many of you having multi-site or multi-facilities or multi-plants would relate to. If you want to do a digital transformation project in a multi-site, the challenge usually, and for this customer of ours, the challenge was that do I take a pilot site and just roll out whatever is done in the pilot? Do I make a global template and then do a rollout to different sites? Or do I just take my new greenfield plant, digitalize it completely and use that as a benchmark, and then basically whatever is done in the new plant should be rolled out? The implementation hurdles here for success was that how do I come with the minimum amount of technology that is required in my manufacturing operations? More like how minimum viable product is a concept that is used in a lot of startup communities and entrepreneurial communities. We've been adopting that same approach, that what is the MVP for such a large scale digital transformation project? How do we manage all stakeholder expectation across facilities? And if there are going to be any project delays, what's really the cost of delay? This is where, if you see, we took a step back with the customer and we said we first need to do some digital transformation workshops, roadmaps, come up with a consensus for a global template, see even if there is a maturity among all our plants, understand where we are, see the mirror, and then as a second step, we went in for scheduling, MES, as well as a PLM implementation here, because a lot of engineering data resided basically in the PLM. And this was integrated with the ERP for a global template design, followed by rollouts. So, and the last example is a medical device manufacturing, where if I take 21 CFR 11 compliance, which is also a compliance factor in pharmaceutical manufacturing, but medical devices talk about looking at electronic device history records. So remove all the paper and everything should be electronic in nature. And here the option was, can I just go ahead and build some custom apps on cloud? Or do I basically go in and invest in a proper MES integrated system with, by integrating with the existing ERP? One of the implementation here was more technical, that ERP was not able to provide unique batches or lots. And, for EDHRs, sequence is very critical to manufacturing. So even if I'm doing an MES, it's not going to work without sequencing. And this is where we provided a 21 CFR 11 compliant solution design, followed by a joint MES APS implementation rather than doing them in silos. So the point of all this examples is that what is different that we have been doing in all these projects. And we've been moving more to an agile digital transformation project approach rather than, taking your RFPs, taking all your requirements that you ever would have and, telling that, yes, this is the code, this is what it's going to cost you. Because you very well know, like us, that the moment such IT projects start, within a few weeks, within a month or so, half the requirements, sort of get modified. I wouldn't say change, but they get modified. There would be one scenario that would have come to the user's mind, but when he really sits either with the technology or to implement the project, 10 more scenarios come up. What do you do now? Right? So the best way to have is to identify a maximum impact area in your facility. Look at your internal maturity as well as work with a system integrator or a vendor to come up with what is really the minimum viable product, what really needs to be done at a minimum level to make the maximum impact. And the biggest lever here is integration. If you're bringing in a new technology, if it is going to end up with the user having to do a lot of data duplication activities or additional work, chances are that even if you've done a good job in bringing the technology, it may not get adopted. And that's why integration becomes critical. And these are all the three levers that need to work together to make the maximum impact. And that's where you start being agile. Don't look for a software that fits your existing process, but rather, start with what the platform and the software allows you to do. try to use that and then assess the gaps in terms of what you want. This is going to give you multiple types of results depending on where you are at in your maturity. You could either basically just end up skilling people. You could or go and improve visibility in your organization so people are collaborating and working better. Or you could have a complete understanding what internal process need to change, where what data needs to be cleaned up, etc. If you pass these first level maturities, and if you're already there, bringing in a digital transformation technology project, you'll immediately start also seeing then operational efficiencies. And finally, if you're doing a huge transformation project, if all of the above is true, that's when you can look at gaining competitive advantages or real difference in the financial books. So to conclude, the best practices that we are adopting in many of the projects that we do today, as well as many of the manufacturers that we speak, is that how do we basically do agile digital transformation? And some of the points that we would like to bring here to the entire audience is more on your side. Like I gave you a perspective more from our side, but what are we seeing some of the best-in-class manufacturing companies do is, one is we are seeing that the manufacturing workforce is being trained now on agile software development. How do you write use cases? How do you write test cases? This is something we would urge each one of you to start in your manufacturing organizations at all levels, mid-level. If you find any operator who's IT savvy, etc., get him up to speed on agile software development. The next is expand your scope of your existing operational excellence teams. We've seen that most of the time operational excellence teams are focused on either reducing they're doing a lot of engineering projects, either reducing the overall cycle time, etc. But not much of work is being done on the information flow side, and that's the new bottleneck. So they have all the ingredients to be your functional leads, and I think if you expand their scope, that's going to be good for business. The third area is the expand the scope of industrial engineering and manufacturing teams to company-wide manufacturing data design and management. We've seldom seen that industrial engineers or manufacturing engineers are responsible for maintaining routes and BOMs, but we see gap that are they also being responsible for an overall holistic standardization of data, and that we've seen that generally goes off into the kitty of the IT teams, and this is where you could expand the scope of the manufacturing engineers. And finally, IT infrastructure management and business application management are separate competencies. We urge you to rethink your IT structure for your digital transformation journey. We go into many manufacturing facilities where the IT team have a very vast infrastructure networking experience, but they don't understand manufacturing. And if you give them the business application responsibilities, that's a challenge from a speed point of view and an execution point of view. So with this, I'd like to thank you for listening to me. I hope I've been able to add some value during this few minutes with you. We would like to thank once again everyone here, and look forward to some questions.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful insight about digital transformation. Wow, this is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Nikhil Joshi from SNIC Solution, and I'd like to welcome Nikhil. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you so much for having me. How are you?
Amazing. You have a good smile, and that's giving you all the positive vibes. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. Super excited for the questions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I request all audience to please type your questions. You see the button at the center, ask a question. Mr. Speaker is ready. Please shoot your question. Yeah, I'm just going through the questions. Let me fetch it out for you.
Sure.
The first one is, we are talking about automation. We are talking about digitalization. We are talking about agile. So what are the three major factors do you see in terms of ROI?
So return on investment. Let me break this into three types, right? When we go into manufacturing facilities, we are seeing very low level digital maturity, and then we are seeing like medium maturity, and then you have companies, who already have legacy systems already in place. So there's already some automation in place. There's some kind of an MES. There's technology available. So if you look at ROI investment, from the maturity point of view, a very low maturity company who's doing this more for the first time, they are easily going to like pick any low hanging fruit, and you're going to see maturity or return on investment. But the return on investment is going to be seen more in terms of collaboration, visibility. You're not making, you're basically just becoming a little faster and avoiding those firefighting scenarios. Will you definitely see something on the books? Is a question mark, because it requires a lot of process changes and a culture change even at your end. People who are on medium maturity, or who already have existing systems, typically, if I have to take three factors, I would break it down in terms of where your pain is, right? So we see manufacturing companies typically having a pain in terms of on-time delivery, inventory, etc. So they are more like operational efficiencies. So that's where we are seeing either lead times reduce, or they're able to bag more business from customers, and these are like KPIs that are being tracked more for return on investment. People who have a lot of downtimes, manufacturing industries, where machine downtimes a lot, the downtime decreasing itself is a direct KPI in terms of increase in throughput, but that throughput is not seen if you don't have a large amount of demand which is in the backlog. So you need to take care of that. And the third area is that if you take maintenance, if you take quality first time right, or just your cost of goods sold, we are seeing a lot of addition there. And the fourth area obviously is operator productivity, right? You have X amount of people, and doing X amount of revenue. You can do the same revenue and improve the productivity of the entire organization. And these are all factors coming in under ROI. The biggest of all this, it's very hard to say. It is depending on the problem that a manufacturing facility has and the immediate pain that the facility has.
Very well elaborated. Thank you so much. Let me go to the next question. I'm not sure this is related to a topic, but I want to take it up. This is from Manish Srivastava. The question is very good. Now, what he's trying to say is, before I take this question, I want to give a compliment from Devendra Kumar. He's saying this was a very useful presentation. Many, many thanks to Mr. Joshi. So kudos to you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
All right. The question is, now several big and small companies are giving software of their own in manufacturing. Yeah. How to integrate different software communication with each other and ways to calculate payback of this intercommunication?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a very good question, because integration at the end of the day is just moving data from one place to another, right? And like, why would somebody just pay, moving data from one place to another? I would say integration, look at it from a different perspective. 3 years back or 4 years back, integration was a very big challenge. It was a very big subject, and it also used to take a lot of time. But what has happened in the last 2 years is that because of new protocols and technology changing, there is things like open data protocols. And because of open data protocols, or very well known as OData, integration is becoming a very simple subject. You either could do it yourself, or it's not going to take 8-9 months for integration the way it used to take before. It's just a few weeks. What you need to do on your end is that when you are evaluating technologies, try and see, is the technology OData or open data compliant, right? Is the software allowing that, hey, I am going to have an API layer an application interface where either I can bring data from another system or throw data to another system, right? And that is sort of becoming mandatory, whether you look at it from ISA 95 standards or open data architecture standards. This is becoming more like a must need, for any software. So if you are building your own software, let's say internally as a manufacturing company, what you need to do is your IT team building basically software, keeping these standards into account, or are they just going and building some hard-coded application which is going to be difficult to scale tomorrow, integrate with other applications? These are some of the things that you need to take into account while you're building your own applications. And I hope this answers your question.
Absolutely. It answers it all. Thank you so much for your time. And this was a wonderful session. And we had a wonderful time. People are absolutely loving it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, gentlemen, that was Nikhil Joshi from SNIC Solutions. And now the action-packed session coming up. It's all about tech panel discussion. And let me introduce the panelists. First, the tech panel discussion is going to be on the topic, creating opportunities from digital transformation in crisis environment. Very important topic, winning the industry 4.0 long game. And to moderate this panel discussion, we have Mr. Vinay Wandrekar. He is a business information security expert from Novartis India Limited. And the panelist, we have Mr. Samir Makhija, Director, Asset Management Solution, IMEA Info. And we have the second panelist, Mr. K. Srinivasan, Portfolio Development Lead, Siemens Digital Industries Software. And then we have Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra, he's GM Operations, Unimark Remedies Limited. So ladies and gentlemen, not wasting time, let's quickly start upon the tech panel discussion. All up to you.
Hello everyone, this is Vinay Wandrekar, and today's panel discussion will be on creating opportunities from digital transformation in a crisis environment. And this will also talk about Industry 4.0 as well as creating a workforce ready for the digital era. To give you a short background, I work for Novartis Healthcare. I'm working there for the last 10 years. I have background in both IT and pharma, and currently I look after information security and risk management for our company. Okay, coming back to our panelists, we have the three panelists. First is Ajay Kumar Mishra, who's GM Operations at Unimark Remedies Limited. Ajay, can you introduce yourself briefly?
Yeah, hello everyone. This is Ajay Mishra. I'm working as a GM operation for the pharmaceutical company, which is Unimark Remedies. In past, I have worked for the Ranbaxy, Aurobindo, Wockhardt, like this. And I have around 26 years of experience in manufacturing field, including plant automation, greenfield project for the manufacturing of the pharma API and intermediate bulk drug plant. Thanks.
Okay, our next panelist is Mr. Srinivasan Kunnathur, who looks after portfolio, who's the portfolio development lead at Siemens. Can you tell us something about yourself, Mr. Srinivasan?
Yeah, hello and welcome you all. My name is Srinivasan. I work for Siemens Industries Software. Basically, I have worked in Siemens for almost 25 years in the field of sales and marketing of industry products. I've been released for almost 17 years, and I returned to India now and I've joined Siemens Industries Software. And now I'm promoting the software tools, which is basically used for digitization of various organizations and various applications. So I'm excited to be a part of India's digital growth story.
Okay, and our third panelist is Mr. Samir Makhija. He's the Director, Asset Management Solutions, AMA at Infor. Samir, can you give us a brief background?
Hello, and thank you for your time today. And I'm delighted to be part of this panel discussion. My name is Samir Makhija, and I work as Account Director managing Asset Management and Strategic Edge Solutions for India, Middle East, Africa at Infor. So my background is I've been associated to IT for last 25 years, and it is definitely a pleasure to be part of this the panel discussion. I work as I was talking. I come from Infor, and Infor is actually a provider for industry-specific cloud solutions with almost 70,000 customers all around the world, operating across various industries. And that's where we have helped many of our customers optimize and transfer their business using our digital platform. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Samir. Before we start with the questions, I would like to give a brief introduction to this topic. As you know, the coronavirus crisis started in China in late 2019, but it emerged as a full-blown pandemic in March 2020. And, you know, all of this happened and has resulted in a global health crisis and an economic downturn. So it has definitely, you know, and dramatically redefined what a normal life looks like. So the truth is that in every crisis, while deeply unsettling, it also contains the seeds of opportunity. And hence, in today's discussion, we will discuss how to create opportunities in this time of crisis, and we'll also offer some guidelines as to how organizations and individuals can, you know, do this effectively. Now, let us start with our esteemed panelists. So first one will again come back to Samir, and you know, first question for you is, have you carried out any digital transformation in your organization? And if yes, how was the experience? Did you any challenges in this? Samir?
So thank you, Vinay. As I mentioned in my introduction, that Infor with its thousands of customers operating into various industries, we have been participating and been partnered with many organizations for their digital transformation journey. And what I will do probably as a response to this particular question, it's a very interesting question. I would probably share the experience and probably a summary of what we have learned from all, you know, many of these implementations which we have done. Now, before we really want to answer this question, I would probably take a brief pause, and we will probably pick up the broader questions which we should ask before we really embark the journey of a transformation. And if I have to probably distill it down, I think these are the three questions which I will ask. That are we organizationally, and this is what each customer who's actually embarking this journey should ask, that are we organizationally ready for the significant change? And what are we really hoping to achieve, and what is the outcome? Is our systems, which is our IT framework, landscape, digitally compliant? So once we have, I think these are the three broader questions we should start working on. So picking up, like, are we organizationally ready for significant change is very important, because with definitely we are bringing changes, which means that when we bring changes, it starts impacting people. So do we have really right people within our organizations who want to support the different things or different way of doing things? Or we have people who are just working for us to getting paid, and they are not really passionate about the success. But do we have people who are really passionate about the future success of an organization? The second component, when we really look into the change management, we talk about the culture part. And the culture is very important, which can make or break for any transformation journey. We look into the openness, and that's where the transformation will definitely impact few people's jobs. Which means that are we really open as an organization before we start the project? Are we empowering that team to tell that this is how the movement will happen? And last but not least is that are we aware of the areas of where the transformation project will have the biggest impact? So I would say that if I have to ask the questions that to ensure that are we organizationally ready, these are the four broader points which we should be aware of. Now, looking into the second question which I asked, that what are we hoping to achieve and what is the outcome? Now, really measuring the success of digital transformation project is very difficult. And yes, we do have an idea of that where we want to reach it, but it is really difficult. But what is in our hand is ensuring that the people who will be responsible for making this change. Now, at the end, when we look into any digital transformation management, it is generally looking into the 4 aspects, whether it is customer experience, employee experience, supply chain optimization, or operational efficiency. So which means that I need to be really looking into that where exactly I'm trying to achieve the transformation, which area I'm trying to achieve the transformation. And from there, I start really drilling it down to do my next section. And the last, and then I'll probably take another 30 seconds before I want to wrap up this point, that when we look into our landscape, our architecture, that is our systems landscape digitally compliant, where people can access the work, their data, their processes, the transparency which we need to bring in. We need to think of that the platform which we are really trying to build up. Is it an open platform? Is it having that capabilities which can exist into the systems? And what are we really bringing in terms of the capabilities? And we talk about all the buzzwords like IoT or artificial intelligence or machine learning. So it's very important that we understand about the platform, because in today's world, the IT landscape must support the concept of all these hyperconnectivity and all the things which I really spoke about in terms of the innovations which companies are interested into. So how are we really bringing all our people, be it our supplier, be it our customer, be our employees, into that landscape is what needs to be thought of. So what we have realized that the companies who went into a approach of understanding and answering these 3 questions have been more successful in getting the results what they wanted. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Samir. Ajay, would you like to add anything to this about, if you have carried out any digital transformation in your, company? I know you come from a pharma background.
Yes, because rightly, Mr. Samir rightly said, because he is a solution provider. But anyhow, in pharma, when I started my career at 92 with the Abbott laboratory at Ankleshwar, the documentation part or any other automation we see there, and after 7 or 8 years, I have commissioned one automated plant at Hyderabad, Aurobindo. So the things are very clear. So digital transformation, anyhow, it is a beneficiary, because paper based what we have worked earlier in 92 or 90s and then 2000 onward, with very big difference. When we are entering as a pharma, when we are entering in the regulated market like US, Europe, South Africa, Canada, all the regulatory agencies, they have to audit. They are auditing us with respect to data, because how we produce how we develop, how we validate. So these are all things are in a platform of the digitally captured. So they are auditing with that data. So rightly said, I have also experience with the digital transformation in the last organization, like I said, Ranbaxy. I commissioned fully automated DCS plant with the minimum paper being used. And it will helping right now after the 5 years, because I have commissioned that plant in the 2014 or 15. COVID started in 19. And it is helping that. So minimum manpower, maximum output with the right quality and quality by design, we'll say. So it is helping us. So we have experienced very beautifully, and it is commissioned. So I truly agree with Mr. Samir. This digital transformation, anyhow, it is better for that long-term association. And if you see that upgradation of the people, right? Nowadays, employee also coming on that mind of frame. Yes, they have to do minimum time and maximum work like this. So output, it is helping the digital transformation, anyhow helping with respect to the quality and quality by design.
Just to add, Ajay, to your comment as well as with Samir's comment. like digital transformation is, I would say, the need of the hour, considering the technological innovations, what is happening, what we're experiencing now. Yeah. In earlier days, we have seen traditionally that bigger companies will buy a small companies. But nowadays, things have changed in the sense that we can see that the faster companies, the companies which have transformed digitally, buys slow company. I mean, the faster beats the slow company. Yeah, so that's how the trend is going on now. So I would rather put in a different way that yes, digital transformation has helped many companies which has adopted the software tools 1 or 2 decades back, and they are now reaping the benefits.
Okay, moving on to the next question. Again, we'll come back to Samir. Are you aware of any standards which are used for digital transformation?
Yeah, I think this is a very difficult one, Vinay, because as you realize that Industry 4.0 for a very specific industries have been identified as, let's say, for example, we have pharma 4.0. Like if you go to pharmaceutical industry, they will probably align everything under pharma 4.0. Now I come from a maintenance area, and the terminology is the terms on the innovation side, which we have been using mostly what we call it as maintenance 4.0. If you go to another industry, so my take on the standards is that if I have to probably stick to what we do into asset management, there are a couple of standards which have emerged very strongly. Now, there used to be, I would say, a decade before there was something called BS 15,000, which was a British standard. Now that has been adopted as ISO 50,000. So ISO 55,000, sorry. So ISO 55,000 is one of the recognized asset management standard. And there are flavors to it, which is 55,001 and 55,002, which is, or 2018, 55,002, 2018 is emerged as the latest one. So, and I'll tell you something very interesting, that all these, when I talk about ISO 55,000, this is basically has been created to guide on the asset management best practice. And it actually focuses on helping you developing a proactive life cycle asset management system within the organization. Now, if you take any industry, once you have built an industry, you have buildings, you have the actual expense which starts happening is into your maintenance of these assets which you have created. So that's where these asset management standards are very important. So all these standards are actually helping in optimization of an assets and reducing an overall cost of ownership. Now, on top of it, it is also important for you to manage the risk and compliance. Now, take pharma industry itself. There are certain FDA regulations which talks about 21 CFR Part 11, or there are GAMP processes which are into the best manufacturing practices. These are very important when you're dealing with any global organization. So once you start following into, you are into a particular industry and you know that these are very important standards, either for my compliance purposes, either for my risk management purposes. This is where, if I had to look into an umbrella for maintenance point of view, ISO 55,000 really plays a very important role. And generally, these standards are covering various subsections, which focuses on probably value in terms of what is the term value which is important for your organization activities, or looking into the scope, the financial part, the scalability. And I want to share something very interesting which happened. So during the COVID, I would say, I know the second wave is on, and this is much more dangerous than first one. But few months back, we went back to few of our customers, and Suez, who is actually using Infor asset management quite globally, one of the unit came up with a very interesting feedback. Now, this particular unit, which is based out of Jordan, they incorporated this particular standard, ISO 55,000, one in last 2 to 3 years. So they have been practicing it. They said as part of the process, disaster recovery or the business recovery in terms of when these type of disaster happens is actually an integral part of the best practice. So they were literally prepared to a greater extent for these type of eventuality. So when actually COVID occurred and they realized that operationally not many people are able to make it to the office, but operations have to go on. Like imagine you are a wastewater treatment company who is probably managing half of the country sewage water. The show has to go on, correct? So this is one of the most essential area. And the asset manager from there, he really gave a very important feedback that they incorporated a tool, which was, we were very happy to know that it was a tool from Infor. They incorporated Infor Enterprise Asset Management. But the usage of the tool was based on the practice of ISO 55000. And that allowed them to be more prepared on these type of situations where there was when these type of eventuality happens, what was my plan B? Or how I should have addressed it. And that readiness really helped them to continue keeping the show on. And that was a really good learning to see that how the tool and the best practice was incorporated and utilized. The second area in the practice, I would say the standards point of view, which we all should be really looking into is on the energy management. Because if you go to any organization, I would say the energy expenditure of an organization can be anywhere between 30% to 60%. So it's because some of them are highly energy intensive areas. So imagine if we are able to save that 5% into that energy management by using standards like ISO 50001, which is more focused on energy management. And we have seen organizations really investing into this particular area to address the impact, conserving the resources, and improving the bottom line. So I believe that that's another area which we have seen organizations using it and taking the advantage of it.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Coming back to Ajay, as you know, COVID-19 has encouraged technological innovations that are changing our world. Are organizations ready to seize these new opportunities?
Yeah, in pharma, actually, it is really bit difficult to say or difficult to accept because in pharma, there is no fully automation. Man and machine interface is required anyhow because robotic operation is yet to be a very big challenge in pharma industry at least. So I think 50-50 game is there. So 50% automation, 50% this. So we are working on that. And our pharmaceutical industry are working because if you go in the formulation industry, which they are manufacturing the packaging, blister packing and capsule injection, machine can be automated, but still there are people are on the lines. Hundreds of people are for the packing or sub management. But in API bulk, where I am working, bulk industries, intermediate industry, there is a really big challenge to fully this automation. So there the man and machine interface always there, manual charging of the batch. But once batch is charged, it has to be moved its own with respect to chemistry. Because there are multiple reactions take place. It has to be like Grignard, hydrogenation. So there is very risky area is there. Everything can, so person will be there so to see that what kind of operation is going on. Is there any safety risk or not? Controls are there with respect to digital transformation, but person is there to notify them. But manpower will be reduced nowadays because of this automation.
Correct.
It is helping us. That's from my side.
Okay, let us now come to Mr. Srinivasan. Since you're talking about Industry 4.0, can you tell us what are long-term business objectives for Industry 4.0?
Yes. See, basically, just to touch upon, we have been hearing about Industry 4.0. To keep it simple, Industry 4.0 is as a buzzword, and it's basically the marriage of the physical world with the cyber world. Yeah. So we are seeing a lot of technological pillars, technological innovations happening around that. And like, for example, we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about 5G, we talk about Internet of Things, or industry, IoT, 5G, additive manufacturing, stuff like that. Yeah. So when we talk about any revolutions, we always end up in improving our lifestyle, our improving society, and then passing on the technological benefits to each everyone. Yeah. So I will split the objectives of this industry 4.0 objectives, the business objectives, into short term and long term. Yeah. When we say short term, yeah, so we try to incorporate these technologies in the manufacturing process. We talk about technologies like digital twin, where you can simulate the entire physical representation of the factory, which is there, into a virtual environment, and with that you can simulate the factory conditions. You can see what is the effect of what if scenarios, and also you can get the best optimum point of operation and stuff like that. So basically, on a short term, the first point would be the operational efficiencies will be achieved. Yeah. On the second point is basically once you do that, yeah, you are able to create a better value to customers. And you are able to achieve a different scale of happiness to customers. Yeah, you are able to come out with new products faster to the market, and then meet the customer requirement with different ways. So this could be the second short-term objective for Industry 4.0. The third one would be while you're doing this, definitely you need to come out with changes in IT setup within the organizations. Yeah, you need to incorporate new tools in machines. Yeah, and accordingly apply to that process. The fourth one would be once you are doing these things, definitely you need to improve your cybersecurity measures, which is an ongoing one. And the last one is basically by doing this, you are able to diversify your revenue. Yeah. This could be all these things probably is a short-term objective. Yeah. But yes, when you look about the long-term objective, I would say basically with these kind of tools incorporated, you are able to reach a wider market, a wider customer base, which means you are able to get more revenues, and the company will grow different scale upward. The second one is basically you can get into a different market differentiator, which means that you are able to differentiate against your competitor. When you incorporate this Industry 4.0, you are able to come out with new products with the help of new technology. Like Siemens has got different solutions. We have got products which can meet or solve the customer challenges which we are facing in the manufacturing sector. Yeah. So with the incorporation of these tools, they can be a differentiator against a competitor. They have an edge against others, and they are able to increase the market share. Yeah. And obviously, your long-term objective is to sustain the business, and then come out with improved customer satisfaction. So basically, I will, as I said, you can, like Industry 4.0, you have a short-term goal, but ultimately it improves your market share as well as your revenues to greater extent.
Okay, coming back to Mr. Srinivasan, one more thing I would like to know is how will you get your employees ready for digital transformation?
This is a very important question in the sense that, yes, when we talk about digital transformation, yeah, everybody talks about technology. We talk about the buzzwords like machine-to-machine interface, automation, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality. All these things are the buzzwords, the technological terms which are being talked about within the organization. But yes, but technology is not about everything. Yeah, you need to involve people, you need to involve the employees in the journey of digital transformation. Yeah, that's really critical part. Now, how do you go about it? Now, typically, when you introduce technology into the company, the first and foremost mindset is basically, what will happen to my job? What will the impact on my coworker? Do I have the skills to adopt these new technologies? Yeah. So these are the typical questions which goes in each and every employees in organization, which has to be tackled properly by the senior executives of the company, properly engaging them continuously, and then giving a proper communication to them on a timely basis, so that they are aware of what, when, and how. Yeah? Which means that the company has to keep the employees informed about what is happening around the digital transformation. What are the new tools which we introduce? What's the timeline of this digital transformation? What kind of programs will done inside the company to upskill or reskill the employees? All these things is basically required by the senior executives, management, to form a basis of information flow. Yeah, and more importantly, yes, when we talk about the digital transformation, it would be better if the line manager communicates to the employees so that they remove the fear, they promote clear transparency across the organization. Yeah, and they all go together in this digital transformation. Typically, nowadays things have changed that you stick to one domain and become expert. No, for example, if you take an IT organization, yeah? So in the IT group, they should have at least a knowledge about cyber security. They should talk about process automation. They should talk about data analytics and stuff like that. So it is not only sticking to one domain, but to have at least a degree view of the other domains which are implemented or which are affecting the whole organization, and how they can create value to the customer. Yeah. So digital transformation is not only technology, but it's just a mindset of shifting the value to customers, to the end customers. That's more important. Yeah. So more than the technology, yes, we should talk about the value which will bring to their customers. And once you talk about this and educate these employees on a timely basis, probably with internal programs in the company, or by engaging the external parties to talk about this, and then training them on proper tools, what is required, then probably the journey will be smooth. They will reach the mission faster, and with the agile and educated, skilled employees, they should be able to get to the goal post faster, and obviously they can create more value to the customers, which means more revenues. When you have more revenues, then definitely the stakeholders will be happy. So you should put the people first. At the same time, take them along on your board, and then this should be taken as a continuous journey in the digital transformation. So this will definitely, by doing this, definitely the companies will have a smooth sail to digitally transform, and people will also be happy to take this and go together.
Okay. I would like to add to what Srinivasan said, I really like the feedback. When we started this panel, we definitely spoke about the three questions, and actually this particular question from you, Vinay, is basically it was a part what I was trying to cover up. That when we look into readiness of an organization for this significant change, people forms the very important area. Now, people, culture, and there was one point which I was stressing was an openness. Now, openness is that what we have seen, that when you want to make the project, which basically for changing anything within the organization, we have to empower people for them to contribute. Now, encouragement, encouraging people to step forward with their problems, and then encouraging them to come up with the idea. And this is one of the most important thing. The organizations which have promoted that idea to really come into open and then brainstorming it, even though it might be just a crazy idea or a funny idea, I think once people are more happy to come up with those ideas, the adoption of change has happened because people have felt inclusive and they realize that, yes, this is where, I belong to, and then they contribute on top of it. Another thing which we have been talking about on the digital transformation side, and I want to quote something from what McKinsey actually came up, is, and this was something in I would say a few months back, that the recent data shows that we have vaulted 5 years forward in a consumer and business digital adoption in a matter of around 8 weeks. And this is like more on the COVID-19. So digital transformation is there to stay. At how companies would adapt it, at what pace they would adapt it, is not anymore a question. They have to adapt it if they have to differentiate themselves, as Srinivas mentioned. If they have to bring the value to their customers, there is really no other option at this point of time.
Yeah. See,
sorry, now I have to interrupt you because we are running out of time. The last question, and I can only allow one person to answer it, and that will be Ajay. How can you suggest any guidelines for creating opportunity in a time of crisis?
Yes, for pharma, really, because 21 CFR Part 11 is already there. Every regulated market, they're suggesting their guidelines. So 21 CFR, but actual guideline I will tell you, I can post that further. Right now I am not recalling. But there is a guideline to maintain the disaster management. Like Mr. Samir already quote that guideline. So the disaster management like this, whatever we produce before production, what we are procuring, production, and then dispatching, everything we have to be keep as a data till that the life-saving drug will be expired, or post the 1 year of the expiry of that drugs. So that is needed, and any of the regulatory agency, they are really want to see how we are keeping the data. And there will be 3 layers: at plant, at site, or at maybe the corporate. So this is a digital transformation. There's a data we have to keep. So guideline, I can quote some of the guideline, like ISO IEC IEEE 12207 2017. This is the guideline. ASTM standard E2500 is the standard guideline for the specification, design, and verification pharmaceutical, biopharmaceutical manufacturing. These guidelines saying we have to keep our data safe till that life-saving drug will be expired. Data integrity and compliance with the drug CGMP question and answer. These are another guidelines are there. There are the PICS guideline, European guideline is there. ISPE GAME 5, already Mr. Samir quoted that guideline. There are a lot of guidelines there to keep the data or data management with respect to the pharmaceutical field.
Okay, now since we are running out of time, we have to close now. So in today's discussion, we have looked at, what is digital transformation, and, although Corona was responsible for this, resulting in a crisis, from this discussion, we have figured out that it has also generated some opportunities, which all the panelists have discussed. So I thank all 3 of you for your time, for this very interesting discussion. And now we'll close the discussion now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinay, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Vinay. Thanks, Samir and Mr. Srinivasan, to join you with this panelist team.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Tech panel discussion are always one of the best part of the summit. And yes, what we saw was one of the best. What a wonderful interaction and the insight of the topic. I request all the participants to please come online once again and let's take questions from the audience. I'm super duper excited. I request all the audience to please write your questions, shoot your questions. You see the button at the center bottom, ask a question, just hit it there, and I'm happy to take it. We have the expert here, and let me see what are the questions we have. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me pull up the questions. All right. So welcome, Mr. Vinay, Mr. Ajay, and Srini. The first question which is here I have is what the current scenario, the current pandemic, touch wood, it should not happen. But if it goes for one more year, then we are talking about this transformation, digital transformation. So opportunities, creating the opportunity from the digital transformation in this current crisis. What are the major 3 factors we should take care of in the long run? If I say it goes for one more year.
Okay, I'll take this question. Since you are looking at since we are assuming that the pandemic will continue for at least one more year, we have to really make sure that we are stepping up on the digital transformation and and also invest in infrastructure. See, most people are now working from home, so that is why we have to make sure that with respect to cybersecurity, we should have a strong infrastructure in place. And second point is you also have to look at re-examine the talent strategy, because many of the employees who are there for working for say 20 years or so, they may not be capable of stepping up and adopting new technologies. So maybe we have to hire new talent who will be capable of upskilling themselves. We also have to, and third point I would say is we also have to re-examine our business model, because in the last 1 year many things have changed. People who are basically now most of the things are done online, so everyone has to look at your business model and make sure that your the vision of the company and the employees is aligned with what you have decided for the future of your company.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Ajay, do you want to put some light on it?
If you see the pharma industry right now, in this era, the pharma industry is really in pressure, because we have to give the right quality, right product at right time, and it is really opportunity is there, but really the things like transformation with the digital transformation is looking hard at this moment, because when we go in the plant or manufacturing plant, it will take time, because it will take investment, it will take time to come up with this technology integrated with the old machineries, all old plant. But anyhow, it is a very positive move. So we are thinking in the right direction, day by day or step by step. We have to move further. It's not a in day one job, but it really helps us to build a good environment, secure environment, quality environment is there. Yes.
Thank you so much. The next question is for Srini. The question is based on the fact that the current scenario, the current pandemic situation, definitely it has forced us to move more digitalized platforms, adopt to the new technology. Now the traditional working method is gone. Take an example, people are working from home, and 1 day, 2 day prior, it was pre-COVID, it was okay, but now we have to working for at least 1.5 year, we are working from home now. So what are the things we should take care in the next 1 year?
See, basically, you have a lot of different software solutions for it. Yeah. Earlier sessions we talked about remote servicing, for example. Yeah. So when you have all these IoT enabled sensors in the machines, yeah, So what happens is sitting anywhere in the world, at home, or you can actually see the performance of these machines on the process, and you can actually get a feeling of how these machines are operating, what efficiencies, and you can, with a minimum workforce inside the factory, you can operate the whole plant. Yeah, so that is how you should be able to operate with the kind of digital transformation which we adopt in the factory. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Srini. We have Mr. Samir Makhija. Hi, Samir. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah. So we just had two questions and we had a light on that. Just want to rephrase that question for you. If this scenario continues, the current pandemic situation for next 1 year, I want to know from you, and audience want to know from you, what are the steps we should immediately adopt to survive?
Yeah, I think it's a very, I would say, broad question, but let's put it into context of how we are looking into the digital transformation point of view. Yeah, definitely. If you say what is to be done for survival, definitely keep the distancing and wear the mask. That's the first recommendation I would do. But the question is that today, as we realize that digital transformation has taken a very fast pace. Now, I believe that, first of all, as I was talking about even in my session, that really somebody has to look into that what is my core objective for today. So if I am saying that to manage the current situation, I have to go with a different supply chain model. Like a lot of organizations which were into, let's say, typical of supply chain, they have moved to e-commerce. Now, if e-commerce readiness requires a certain immediate attention, because that will help you in continuing your supply chain, you need to look into. If we talk specifically on the asset management side or the maintenance particular area, into a particular factory area, because you need to keep your machines running, I believe one of the most important aspect I feel is the health and safety aspect. So are we really doing enough? Because people are still coming to organizations and there is something which needs to keep on running, and we cannot avoid it. So are we doing really enough for that human aspect? That health and safety aspect is probably would be my number one consideration for any job to be done. So this is, I think, my take on the question.
Very well said. And I think I want to tell you one thing that we have to learn from, because some countries having a third wave. So we have to learn from the experience, how they have overcome it, and then we can implement it. Talking about the digitalization, industrialization, and the innovative, let me tell you, we have to grow on that. We have to adopt that. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants. My sincere thanks to you and for your time from all of the audience. That was a wonderful experience to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now let's move ahead. Before I go ahead, I want to tell you one thing. Those who have joined recently, please don't forget to visit the exhibition booth. Please talk to the exhibition booth executive and try to do a video chat. Try to download the brochures and collect your briefs and collect your documents. That will really helpful to you. Utilize this opportunity because this is a Smart Manufacturing Summit, the 12th edition. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session. This topic of the next session is creating a workforce ready for a digital era. And to speak on the topic, we have Chief Technology Officer from IHS Towers, Mr. Sai Ram Prasad. So, ladies and gentlemen, in next 10 seconds, we'll be having the next speaker. Thank you so much.
With COVID second wave running heavily, request all of you to please stay safe and help others stay safe as well. And I'd like to thank organizers of this event to invite me and to share my insights based on my experiences with all of you. So today, part of this conference, I like to discuss few points which are related to smart manufacturing, especially in relation to post-COVID situation, and that may be of interest to all of you and may be helpful to you. So you might be wondering how a person from a telecom background will provide insights on manufacturing. The good news is I did work in a big process plant in my early part of career, and I used to be on shop floor day and night. And of course, I know the kind of issues that happen on any shop floor. The second point is smart manufacturing or Industry 4.0 or post-COVID manufacturing. Whatever name we want to give, what is it all about? This particular use case of smart manufacturing is one of the biggest use cases for 5G networks. So that's where we can integrate the experience of telecom networks into the manufacturing. So I'll try to touch upon how 5G actually enables smart manufacturing. So that is one part I will like to touch upon for sure. So I like to discuss today's discussion into two parts. The part one, first and foremost, what is smart manufacturing? What is it all about? All of us know to a great extent, but I just want to bring some context on what is smart manufacturing. And of course, before we jump to smart manufacturing, maybe we should at a very high level, understand what is manufacturing itself. So to me, manufacturing means at a very high level, there is a customer need, and that need is fulfilled using a very good product design. And once the product is designed, which is going to fulfill the customer need, the product has to be manufactured. So you need raw material, so sourcing of the raw material. You need people, you need machinery, equipment, and you need some processes which can manufacture this, convert this raw material into a finished product. That is manufacturing. And then you need to test the quality of the finished product, and you need to do packaging, you need to store it, and then you transport it to the point of sale. So there are 4 or 5 important areas that are involved in any typical manufacturing cycle, or you can say even product life cycle. There's a customer need, there's a product design, there's a raw material procurement, and then there is a actual manufacturing using equipment, people, and processes, and testing of the quality, packaging, storing, warehousing, and logistics back to point of sale. So this is what manufacturing is all about. Now, when we talk about smart manufacturing, what it means? Making each of these individual blocks smarter than today. So when we talk about Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, it all simply means how do we make each of these blocks more smart? Now let's look at some of the aspects of how to make it smart. I'm sure most of you will be knowing it. So this is where the technology comes into play. To make it smarter, the technology comes into play. Then the second problem, what we faced during COVID is when COVID has come, what happened? What impact it has created? What new risk it has brought? The first and foremost risk that happened when COVID started was people are unable to come to workplace. So people are unable to come to their plants. That is the first problem. So what it means, the future manufacturing, whichever form and shape, needs to have an ability to teleoperate. Teleoperate means operate from wherever you want. Not necessarily a person has to be physically present in the plant to operate. Right? That is the kind of a mitigation measure. The second problem COVID has brought is raw material. raw material logistics became a real issue. Why logistics is an issue? Again, because people have not come to work for logistics as well. Because to do logistics, or raw material transportation, or finished good transportation, today you need somebody who can load the raw material, and then who can drive the vehicles, and then who can unload, and who can dispatch, who can manage this whole chain by coordination, by tracking, by allocation of vehicles, drivers, variety of things, routes. So all this is a challenge because during COVID, people could not come and do that. In addition to, of course, the lockdowns, the curfews, the restricted movement itself on the roads is another challenge. But again, the first one is more related with how to make these logistic elements, that is warehouse operations, the storage places, how to automate them using maybe like robotics, so that people requirement is very limited, and how to make all the vehicles inside the warehouse as well as the outside, make them autonomous, self-driving, so that you don't need actually a driver to operate them. So there are some new measures, mitigation measures that become important because of the COVID situations. Now, if you combine the smart technologies and the mitigation measures of COVID, that is where you are going to get into what is called smart manufacturing. Now, for example, how to make anything smart? It has few points, like for the first and foremost is data integration. What is data integration? You have a customer, then you have a manufacturing unit, organization, and then you have a vendors who supply the raw material. All the three entities have to be connected on one platform so that the information that flows right from the customer need till it is fulfilled is all part of that digital platform. The moment you put all the three entities into a digital platform connected, a lot of information will come into the system. And that information has to be integrated. Once you integrate that information, you can start doing what is called data analytics. Data analytics. When you analyze, the slice and dice the data, analyze, you will find a lot of insights in the data, and those insights will be used or can be helpful in making intelligent decisions during manufacturing. The second biggest advantage of integrating data, collecting the information, analyzing the information is prediction. You can predict all the failures, like machine failures, production line failures, raw material failures, quality issues, anything can be predicted using advanced tools like artificial intelligence and machine learning. These are the technologies which are able to make all these things possible today, which was not there before. So today, using the data, we can do analysis, analytics, and then we can do predictions. And we can apply these technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning to really make a very accurate and reliable predictions. Then comes connecting all the systems, connecting the devices, connecting the machines, connecting the people, connectivity part. Once you connect people, machines, and systems, there's a lot of integration that happens. So they can exchange a person connected to a device, connected to an equipment, connected to a system. He can operate remotely from anywhere what he wants to do with the systems, with the devices, and with the equipment. He will have that power. He need not physically go and stand to operate in a particular place. he can teleoperate once he is connected. So connecting the devices, connecting the equipment, connecting the systems is very important. Then this is where the IoT, what we call, there are a lot of IoT sensors which are being developed and which are being deployed that can actually do a lot of connecting devices work, and also smart meters which are very accurate and can measure variety of parameters, hundreds and thousands of parameters they can measure, and then structure them into data, then analyze, then predict, then give actions and commands. All this is possible once we have this connectivity done among all these entities connected. The fourth point is automation. So you have connected, you have data integrated, and then you have data analytics, you have predictions, everything is there. Now you need automation. What happens when you do automate things? When you automate things, the processes can be automated, and also the physically robotics can be brought into picture for doing tasks which are repetitive in nature, which are hazardous in nature, where people going there would be always a challenge, like high temperature, go deep into the mines. There are many areas where it is difficult for people to operate. It is hazardous. But today, thanks to robotics, we can use machines, operate themselves, self-operating machines, machine-to-machine collaboration, and robots working in hazardous situations, right? These are some of the automation, industrial automation. That is the new age automation. Like at one point in time, say I remember maybe like 25 years back when I used to be working there in the shop floor. That time automation means putting sensors, connecting PLC systems, and then writing some code, and then machine works based on those settings. That is automation. But today, it is completely at a different level of automation that is possible, where you can remotely operate, you can connect machines, connect the sensors, connect the meters, connect the systems, and then self-operate. Robotics can be brought into picture to automate the processes as well as the tasks. That's where the automation helps. Then comes cyber security, because when you are connecting so many things, everything is going to be on the cloud. And the moment everything is in the cloud, information security is very important. So up to what I mentioned so far, that is about data integration, robotics, process automation, IoT connectivity, all these things are all part of the technology. Now comes the 5G use cases and telecom part, where you have to put all this information available everywhere, wherever you need, but with a lot of security. So information security and cloud storage, this is where the 5G part of it comes. So you need to have a very good back-end cloud infrastructure where you can store all this information and made it accessible to everybody, and also do a lot of processing at the location, remote locations. Rather than bring all the information back to a central place, there is something called edge computing, which helps in doing a lot of intelligent processes near the edge, where the actual work is. And then what happens when 5G comes? 5G networks, unlike 4G networks, 2G, 3G networks, have two specific features which actually enable such kind of smart manufacturing as a use case. What are these features? Very high speed network. The speeds can go about 10 Gbps. 10 Gbps is very high. It's like 10,000 Mbps, which is 100 times more than what a 4G can offer at the peak level. Even 1,000 times more than average 4G speeds really available today across the world. So with that kind of a speed, lot of information can be sent in a GIF. The second important feature of 5G network is low latency. Means the time you send a data and you receive it back, the latency is very less. It's less than 10 milliseconds. So most of these critical manufacturing automated processes, they require low latency. Otherwise, that precision will be lost. Reliability will be reduced. That is why when 5G networks are deployed, they will be able to offer the kind of latency, a very low latency, which will actually help in automating many of these processes. So data transfer is easy, storing the information is easy, making it accessible will become easy, information security will be taken care, speeds are taken care, low latency is taken care. So there are so many things that 5G can actually enable. Once you do that, if there is a cloud infrastructure where you can store information effectively and make it accessible effectively to every person from anywhere, and then low latency, high speed networks are available from 5G, what is now required is how to convert or use all these technologies, what we just mentioned. There is AI, ML, which can give you predictions, learning capabilities. There are data tools which can help in data analytics. Then there is a platform tools which can help in data integration. Then there is IoT technologies which can help in connecting the things. All these technologies have to be combined together. Once you do that, what can happen? What is called virtualization. Virtualization means you can use AR, augmented reality, VR, virtual reality, mixed reality, and you can use HD videos, you can use geotagging, massive sensorization. All these things can be made possible. Assume that you sit in your home and you are able to see in front of you everything happening in your planet. And it is operating by itself. The machines operate by themselves. The assembly line operates by itself. The meters are showing the readings, and the information is coming from all the sensors. And then failures are predicted beforehand. So very limited intervention is required in that kind of a situation. Very limited intervention. Not like a heavy number of people standing there and doing 1,000 things daily, morning, evening, and night, like in the traditional manufacturing. Now it is the machines, the technology, the sensors, the connected devices, robotics, process automation, data integration. All these technologies will help in making sure that you are able to see everything what you want to see from anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world you can see. And you can see every information that you need without worrying that I don't know what is happening in this, what is happening there, what is this, what is that. Nothing you need to worry. So that is what is all about smart manufacturing. So when such a kind of a integration can be achieved with all these technologies combined together, then you will be in a position to operate remotely. You will be in a position to operate intelligently, improve the efficiency, improve the productivity, reduce the cost. Everything becomes possible without really putting more manual effort into the work. Then the most important, when you do all these kind of changes, what is the most important thing is culture transformation. Because most of the manufacturing plants in today or even yesterday, they are manpower intensive a little bit, and people like to do things themselves with their own hands and stand there and see it, things like that. So when machines and robotics and systems, tools, connected devices, all these things become reality, the way people have to now interact with machines will change. Before, for example, a person goes and switches on a machine, and then he will stand there to watch the readings, watch the process, and monitors the parameters, etc., and then he switches off. And then he does whatever activities to be done. But today he doesn't have to physically do all that. That all can be taken care of by automation. All he has to do probably now is to look at the predictions coming out of the systems and then take intelligent decisions and then plan for a proactive maintenance, proactive management of all those things so that breakdowns can be completely avoided, for example. So those are the differences that will come into work. So culture transformation of people is very, very important. When we go to smart manufacturing and when we automate things using the information technology, using the advanced IoT technologies, and of course the telecom networks, the 5G networks specifically, which can enable all these technologies to perform, all these technologies to get connected, all these technologies to communicate with each other and collaborate with each other, like machine-to-machine collaboration, how two machines can speak to each other, collaborate, work in unison in an assembling line. So all this communication can happen, and once 5G is deployed, it can really offer a high-speed, low-latency network, which can enable all these technologies. Once they're enabled and they're deployed intelligently, integrated, then smart manufacturing is a reality. It's not in a very distant future that most of the plants will go in this path. Already, some of the plants across the world have already started going in this path, and they are achieving very good results when they do this. So these are some of the points I thought I can discuss today with all of you so that it may be useful for the senior leaders as well as the managers as well as even the shop floor employees to understand how the future of smart manufacturing may be like and what kind of changes it will bring and what kind of improvements one can actually do by going in that path and how the transformations can happen, and be ready to take them up and make it a happy change. So thank you very much.
Wow, that was very beautifully covered, ladies and gentlemen. That was Sai Ram Prasad, CTO from IHS Towers, creating a workforce ready for digital era. And he touched very important points, especially 5G was interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm super duper excited to tell you that you're watching Smart Manufacturing Summit 12th edition, and this is brought to you by Entrain. I hope you are loving each and every session. Now, it's an humble request to everyone, those who have just joined or those who have not done yet, please utilize the chat section to interact. This is not to interact with me or speakers. This is to interact within you. All the delegates can interact with each other. You can type anything on the chat section. Try to network with each other. There are a couple of features we just want to mention. First is try to interact in chat, try to exchange details, try to exchange knowledge. Second thing, you see the ask question out here. If you have any question for any of the speaker, please write down, hit the button, ask a question. That will come to us and we'll definitely get back to you with the answers from the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, you have any queries, please write down the ask question. We'll be happy to take it out. Yes, and don't forget to visit the exhibition booths, because the exhibition booth representative are waiting for you. They want to interact with you. They want to give solutions. If you have any questions, any issues, please talk to them. Try to get the answers. Click on the buttons, the tabs at the bottom. You see the download brochure option. Fill your briefcase. Try to get all the knowledge from here. And this is why we are here. So I hope you will do it. We will be open for next 30 to 45 minutes. This session will be open. Try to interact, go to the booth, interact with booth representatives, hit the button, ask a question, try to chat, try to type in chat section so that you can interact with all of the delegates, build a network. Basically, that is the main motto. So the Smart Manufacturing Summit 12th edition want you to take a pure gold knowledge from here, and please do it what I just said. And thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. We are not over yet. The session's over, but the interactive session, the demo session, exhibition session is still on. My name is Sanjay Poddar, signing off right now. See you in the booth area. Thank you so much.
you.